GRC, which was held in Rome. We had an opportunity to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Canadian government and the Agrarian Ministry and Liga Coop, which is the Federation of Co-ops of Italy, in order to develop a cooperative movement in a more international global way and systematic way, as well as share the principle of intercooperation, which means cooperation between co-ops. Therefore, today I would like you all to take up your headphones, because we'll be having presentations in English. We'll be having a presentation from the Brussels, from Rome, as well as a presentation from Canada, and our Canadian friends are here today with us. And we have not only formal stories of what cooperation really is, but also what cooperation might help and assist Ukrainian producers in the process of European integration, diversification, reaching new markets, commercializing of the products. And I do hope that as a result of this conference we are going to acquire knowledge of partnership, as well as understanding of what we can do further on together, as well as get some inspiration. And all the participants and attendees of today's conference are not only here in this hall, but I would also like to greet and welcome those who reach us online. We will be watching you as well. I mean, your questions. I'll be trying to answer them as much as we can. I mean, both online and offline, because there are many challenges. Oh, alright, I think the voice is back. I do think that we will be able to cope with many challenges, because we've been living with them for the fourth year. We understand how to respond to those, we understand how to stand tall, how to go further, and it was a cool advertising, because one of the panels we're having today is dedicated to energy efficiency, energy independence of co-ops. And we have three co-ops here who acquired support and assistance from us, who performed their energy audits, and now are fluent in how to ensure access to energy, to power, without different challenges related to shutdowns, blackouts. So that was sort of an advertisement on our behalf. So how our work today is going to look like? First of all, I would like for you all to communicate with each other, but in order for us to listen to and feel support, I would like to ask, well, every time I would like to ask to join me on the stage of our partners and friends, either to announce some support programs or sufficient and significant markers we can use for the years to come. Today, well, in addition to timely and great welcome coffee, we're going to have a lunch. We're going to have a sort of a dinner or pre-dinner. We can be here safely, so in case an alert or any other challenges related to attacks against Kyiv, I would kindly ask if somebody feels comfortable, we can stay here. If not, we can make a common decision. If this is a threat related to the rocket threat, we will pass to the shelter. We have our friends from the military and war veterans. They will hint us. They hope they will arrange our transfer. I think everybody here knows what is first aid. They have their first aid kits, they have tourniquets, they know how to reach the shelter. They know this is responsibility, personal responsibility of each and every person, but us as organizers will be also facilitating with that. This housing and premises have all the conditions to ensure our safety and security. I would kindly ask Nastya to switch slides, and I would kindly ask you all to stand up for the minute of silence. Thank you very much. This year 2025 was the year of cooperation. I mentioned that already, and the year of many achievements we managed to achieve. Sorry for this terminology, but also for us as a team. This is a year we celebrated and commemorated our losses, because we have people who perished in war due to the full-scale invasion, and many of our co-op members and heads of our co-ops serve in the military of Ukraine. They protect our country today. Moreover, we understand that cooperation is also the way we can use to prepare an environment to integrate and reintegrate, and many other beautiful terms in practical surface, so to say, in order to return those people into agriculture and let them have a chance to develop further. So we are not leaving our cooperation behind. So our veterans, war veterans, or current military servicemen and women would be able to stay with us. They would be staying in co-op movement. They will have access to support and expertise. This is what also keeps our team together and gives us strength. In order to open the force of cooperation cooperatives today, today's forum or wide-scale event for us, I would like to welcome everybody here online and those who are here with us in person, who shared our welcome coffee with us, and I would kindly ask to deliver the welcome speech Natalka Smots, Her Excellency the Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine. And I would kindly ask to invite Mr. Denis Bashnik, who is the Deputy Minister of Economy and Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. I would kindly ask to join Mr. Alexander Starinets, who is the head of the Secretariat of the Committee on Agrarian Policy in Ukraine, or the Parliament of Ukraine. Please take your comfortable seats. I would pass the mics for the next word, so to say. Natalia, could you please greet us? Could you please inspire us for the work to do? Morning, everyone. I will try to speak in Ukrainian. I will be speaking in Ukraine. I will be reading from the sheet of paper. Well, first of all, I'm really glad to be here with you, and just everybody here in the room. I feel warm, I feel this light, I feel the warm coffee, and I really cracked some jokes about that, but this is very pleasant, and I'm delighted to be here in these dire times. However, I can say that I can see every Ukrainian so full of wish to stay here. They are very strict about this, and I'm really proud of you all, and I'm really proud to be here at this moment, that I know you all. Dear colleagues and attendees and members of the cooperative movement, I understand that this Zdvig term was invented by the organizers, and dear partners, I'm really delighted to welcome you all here, the first time in this year, on support of the HONOR project, supported by Canadian government. I'm really proud that Canada has been supporting co-op movement in Ukraine for 20 years, as well as middle farmers and rural entrepreneurs in Ukraine. And why is this so? Because we know that you are really important for resilience of rural communities, as well as internal and global food safety. We all know that small rural producers in Ukraine have been facing quite difficult challenges during the ongoing aggressive war, and we understand that they have a better chance to be successful if they work together. Cooperatives are the best possible way and solution for producers who have been volunteering to combine their efforts in order to achieve commercial success and perform their social role, to serve the members of their co-ops and support their communities. Co-ops have been the faces of democracy because they have collective property, as well as democratic management. They are human-centered and established on specific human values. And whenever I had a meeting with their representatives, both males and females, those meetings were quite inspirational, and I was really captivated by their products. And I was even cracking joke. I really like your cheeses, for example. They told me that by combining their efforts in co-ops, they managed to boost their production, they managed to expand their added value, as well as volumes and sales of for good incomes. Cooperatives have been inspirational. They have proved their efficiency in both Canada and Ukraine. I would like to thank our Canadian partners, Cooperative and St. Mary's University, as well as our European partners present here today. I understand I had a meeting with the French attendee. I also know that there will be Italy here and others for their sharing of both Canadian and international expertise in co-op development. Canada has been supporting Ukraine on the way to the European Union membership, and I do believe that a strong co-op movement will be accepted and will be supported to integration. I would like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine for their cooperation and understanding of importance of co-ops in both national and international development, as well as strengthening of food safety all over the world. The HONOR project will keep supporting co-op movement in rural communities of Ukraine. It will suggest innovative solutions for farmers, as well as producers of rural products and agricultural products, while focusing on energy efficiency and environmental resilience. I'm personally proud to see a lot of females here among the members of this Zdvig event. We all here understand and aware that female leadership and access to resources is a prerogative to achieve success in farming for rural businesses and co-ops among rural communities. And in the end, I would like to convince you or reassure you that Canada will always be standing beside Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. I wish you all peace, prosperity, and success in your important work today. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, the audience. Your Excellency, I would like to thank on behalf of the Ministry for the systematic support provided by Canadian government, Canadian people, because we do feel as Ukrainians that this support is not exclusively where it's needed. It is systematic, sustainable, thought through, strategic, and it does demonstrate our close connections and relations. And considering the today's event and development co-op movement in Ukraine, I would like to thank Mrs. Sofia for her very informal environment, so why will be not really official or formal today. I'd like to add that, frankly speaking, for the last years, the government has had no opportunity to support co-ops sufficiently. And we do understand that this is not well enough. Like 4 years ago, even before the full-scale invasion, the Ministry of Agrarian Policy was approached with a proposal to develop co-op movement, and the minister back then asked a simple question: all right, this is a great idea, but could you please name me 5 sample Ukrainian co-ops who can be called successful? And I can only name 2 back then. And as of today, there are 954 officially registered co-ops, and frankly speaking, at least no more than 100 of them are active at the moment. According to this satellite monitoring, we have 25 million hectares sold for the co-ops. And on the other hand, we have a situation when we have an opportunity when employees of the ministry and other establishments could have some study visits to Europe, Canada, and any study tour. They have a visit to a cooperative, because this is what moves middle and small businesses in rural areas. This is a very underdeveloped direction and area in Ukraine, but on the other hand, it's not only about business. Yesterday I had an interesting talk with Erin Maki, who mentioned that this is not an exclusively about business. This is a philosophy of being, so to say, because a co-op is not only about opportunity, a chance to earn bigger income or money or scale their business. This is also about this force of unity which unites people. And now this is the time when we need it the most. Therefore, I'd like to thank you all sincerely, to the Government of Canada, to the Honor Project, for this important support, which is unfortunately, if we take about the whole period of 2022, many projects have been initiated and launched from many international donors and other countries. None of the projects was focused on co-op development altogether. Therefore, your project is unique, it is timely, it is essential, and as a ministry, we are ready to provide this support. Thank you very much once again. Dear colleagues, dear audience, Your Excellency, I would like to greet you all on behalf of the head of our committee, Mr. Gaidu, who is right now working with our members of the parliament working in the field, and I would like to express our gratitude to the Canadian government and people for this systematic support of Ukraine provided by Canada, especially after the beginning of the full-scale invasion into Ukraine. It's especially pleasant that, while looking back to the beginning of Ukrainian independence, Canada was the first country which actually recognized Ukrainian independence. This is very pleasant, and I'm delighted about that. And the thing that, in terms of laws, the Parliament of Ukraine, the ninth session, managed to pass the new edition of the law on agricultural cooperation. And I do think that our colleagues, that due to the basis and framework created for development of co-op movement, you remember the statistics announced just now, this is only the inception phase, and we do need support, certain support.
The first steps in developing cooperation in independent Ukraine, I can tell you that back in 2010, I was in Quebec in Canada, familiarizing ourselves with the operations of Canadian dairies. And at the time, the goal was to move away from manual milking, and we were, considering ways of doing it effectively. So that's how cooperatives actually started. And we also started to support small farms, and we believe this is the future of Ukraine, because this is the foundation of Ukrainian rural areas, its new jobs, and it's honoring the work of local communities. It's basically a historic challenge, and now during the war, supporting each other sort of receives a new dimension. My first scientific work was dedicated to creation of the first cooperative movement by Mr. Levitsky back in 1920s. And this is when I was still a young student, of course, and it is great to see that things are moving forward. Cooperative movement is developing. Unfortunately, not everything can be done in the Parliament of Ukraine. The Committee of Financial Policy looked at some new initiatives, that would expand the movement and give a new impetus to cooperative movement. We're now considering amending the legal framework in this area. So we're doing our best. I would like to thank Sophia for inviting us. Thank you. Thank you for outlining the prospects for cooperative movement. We're now working on what the first cooperative movement has accomplished. We know that we exported it to Canada, 100 years ago, but now we are importing it back, especially the specific models that can meet the challenges of today. I'd like to thank Denis for the stats that he shared with us, and I'd like to give Ms. Amelina so that we could tell the audience, and we obviously in our audience we have people who believe in cooperative movement and are still searching for the best way of developing cooperation. So we'll start with Yulia, and we'll try to show you statistically and visually that currently we have fertile ground for growing and fostering cooperatives. Thank you. I'd like to start by saying that cooperation exists during the war, and in some areas it happens to be a tool of survival. It's a means of survival. If you look at the statistical figures, cooperatives not only survived, but in fact some have even increased production. Now, milk sales has doubled over the past 3 years. Sales of honey and grain has tripled over the past 3 years. We can also see a modest growth in sales of berries, which is 5%. But during the war, 5% growth is not an insignificant growth. Now let's look at some statistical figures as far as registration of cooperatives is concerned. Officially, 2,300 new cooperatives have been registered in the agro sector. However, unfortunately, only 327 of them are active, because they submit figures to the Committee of Statistics. They employ almost 700 staff, and the key sectors in 2025, we have services, sales of fruits, beekeeping, and milk sales. Now let's look at the regional dispersion. We see that most are focused in the western parts of Ukraine. Ternopil and Ivano-Frankivsk regions are the leaders, indisputable leaders in terms of the number of active cooperatives. The smallest number of cooperatives are currently operational in Odessa and Zaporizhia regions. It's obviously to do with large agro companies as well as the martial law. Now, I'd like to add what we did together with Sokodevi and our cooperative service and the Cooperative Academy. What we did to help this. This is a cooperative for developers, and together with statistics, we added this to those cooperatives who wanted to grow and to grow their business under conditions of the war. And you can see statistics on the screen featuring the number of members, and those are the cooperatives who were able to add new services to the range of services they render. And over the past 3 years, we've been focusing on specifically the services of processing. And during lunch break, please come and meet representatives from Svidosvoho Cooperative in Poltava region. They are developing beekeeping business. Another interesting cooperative is Saksahany from Dnipropetrovsk region. We also have Molochna Reka Cooperative. That's the cooperative that is active in the dairy sector. They use and rely heavily on family businesses. There's also Oberich Agro. They are the veteran in sales of fruits and vegetables. Fina Polana is another interesting cooperative with 154 members. They are specializing in berries, including sales of fresh and frozen berries. They will be actually presenting a case, sharing their experience later on in the afternoon. We also have Fermerska Rodina as well as Stryjski Yas, 36 and 47 members each, respectively, from Lviv region. These are actually the regions where cooperative movement in Ukraine comes from originally. And again, we will have their representatives today telling us what they do and how they succeed in expanding their operations in Ukraine. Now, as far as why we are focusing your attention on this is because these are good case studies. No cooperative can be copied and pasted. However, what's important is the services that cooperatives render to their members. We measure those, evaluate those, because this is important information for cooperatives. No cooperative will grow and develop unless their services are in demand and are being used. So that's why it's important that the membership grows. Not everyone understands that members should use services and how the mechanism of cooperation actually works. Therefore, we will be revealing these secrets of successful cooperation later on. Now, looking at financials and the assets that are being used, let's look at what we have today. In 2025, 337 cooperatives that are actively working, rendered services worth of almost 16 million hryvnia, but sales their sales amounted to almost 200 million. So as you can see, there's a huge difference, and in between there's a huge unused niche. Now, as far as assets being used, they're currently using assets 115 million worth. Now let's look at the distribution channels and market integration, where cooperatives were active for the past 3 years. And we see that the main source of and the key channels of distribution are basically processing plants. Those amount to around 80%. However, their own processing only amounts to 11%, and that's where they add value to their operations. So 11% is a small figure, and it means the potential for growth is huge. Of course, there are mediators. They amount to about 5%, and of course markets. That's around 2%. Now let's look at the critical challenges and future needs. Well, right now the biggest challenge is logistics. Everything related to logistics is difficult because it interrupts the supply chain, it's the quality of roads, it's the efficiency of transportation. All of these are sort of sit within the logistics group, the logistics block of challenges. As far as processing is concerned, it's around 65%. A lot depends on branding, packaging challenges, power supply. We also analyzed gender equality in cooperatives in Ukraine, and we found that over 77% of management within cooperatives are men, and only around 23% are women. This shows that the leadership of women is significant in bridging this gap. Just to add to the statistical figures, we have some practical cases that show how challenges could be overcome, and in fact we did show successful cases. We analyzed the growth of members who are using services and buying percentage of products sold through cooperatives. This is significant because that means they can plan, sign contracts, and be confident about the future growth and development of their businesses. So what we saw was a significant growth in growth depending on the specific sector. First and foremost, the biggest growth between 2025 is the near past. This is during the war period. And as we saw in results of polling, in dairy industry, we saw that the number of users of services found that they saw the most effective factor that grew the number of service users are through improved infrastructure and improved coordination of efforts. Now, as far as the growth of vegetables is growing of vegetables are concerned, we saw that the number of users, service users, has tripled over the past 3 years. And we see that the growth was due to improved agricultural technologies, better access to market, and improved logistics. Honey production, beekeeping grew also 3 times, from 16 to 43, and the growth is due to diversified production, because we understand that honey is very diverse industry. In fact, it's the most diversified agricultural production in Ukraine. But certification and registration and equipment are the key success factors. Now, regarding grain production is concerned, we saw that including manufacturers into the distribution channels and scaling up the processing capacities creates a much better prospects for growth and improves capacity of producers for export. Now, regarding berries, within support program, we increased the volume of berries coming to the packaging line, sorting line, and it also expanded the capacity to sell perishable product very quickly. So a lot depends on the technologies used, processes, but it also requires a lot of investments.
And at the same time, this growth in shale products includes the power of cooperation movement implemented through co-ops. What we would like to share with you, I would like to share with you, I do like this slide, and I know that Elena Velichko, afternoon to you, she's watching us online. I will try to describe the tool she's been using as a methodologist for satisfaction rates, the CPS. You see this methodology here. We do evaluate and measure satisfaction rates with services per each member of a co-op while analyzing how exactly we can improve together with co-ops those services where they have gaps, and those we can also provide support which would help with their development. And the major strengths of co-op movement, you can see them on the slide. I do hope you see those slides, and I mean those who join us online will be able to read them as well. I'd like to focus your attention. First is the quality of services and service provision. And of course, members are those who arrange services for themselves, but it's also about accessibility and efficiency. And the majority of co-op members pay attention to how exactly a service is provided to them, if it's sales of products, whether it's provided timely, if it's about processing, reprocessing the access to this for them. And of course, we have a share of emotional component, because those research we have performed are also qualitative. But in general, you can see that the growth of the NPS of the quantitative indicator is quite high, which relates to advocacy of needs of members, where it increased up to 65%, which is quite high. Those are promoters who not only love their co-ops but also tell others that it's good. So this loyalty for years. And in terms of challenges we've been facing, it has increased quite a lot. And the second line, which is of high importance for me, is about people. People in co-ops are also important, and I mean both leadership and human traits. Because when we enter a cooperative, we turn up in an environment inhabited by people. And that's where our co-ops manage to create strong teams, reliable teams. And I mean both personnel and top management, those in contact with the co-op members on a continuous basis. And here we have a satisfaction rate, average satisfaction rate 92%. And I mean those co-ops we have researched, do be proud of yourself. Your members love you. They are really delighted with your efforts. And especially those who are now on the leadership positions, you understand the difficulties you've been facing, but we have the numbers and values, they do love you. I also can see that there is high demand for training and development, and for the future we'll be working and helping each and every co-op so that you all have access to knowledge, innovation, technologies. And we'll be specifically talking, we have a team represented by the agricultural consulting service, which will be directly working with co-op members on access to water, energy efficiency, quality of products, technological environment for production process. And this demand for training and development, it includes, as you can see, financial literacy, leadership, digital tools, as well as access to innovative technologies. Without which, unfortunately, we would be unable to work efficiently. I mean, traditional work as before gets harder and harder. We need to access new technological niches. We also have a new trend at the moment, which emerged in 2025. This is the latest of our research in PS we've actually performed, which includes introduction of inclusive decision making and involvement of members into a governance process. We were in a quite disarray in 2022 and 2023. We had no idea how to manage these co-ops, how to include someone, whether it should be burdened to a single person, to a leader, and be satisfied with that. But now it's 2025 and 2026. We have a new trend, because people involved in cooperation are willing to be involved in decision making, and for that process to be inclusive. And I mean those new tools we started developing to hear somebody's voice, to make common decision and joint decisions, use joint platforms. And we had Excellency Ambassador thanking St. Mary University, who will be joining us on one of our panels, represented by Fiona Dugood, who is our member under the project in terms of new tools introduced into our practice, because cooperation has reached various spheres at the moment globally. And we have co-ops working with AI at the moment, and I mean really co-ops on AI. We have different platforms, IT tools, cooperated, and we'll try to apply this leading experience, and I mean not to demonstrate it only, but also introduce it for you as well. We also experienced quite a great result of our research, which was social unity, and for us it's one of the most important elements. One of our presenters will be mentioned during the panel dedicated to this particular matter in our cooperation with Italian Cooperative Association. It will cover experience of social co-ops and social unity through cooperation, because we understand that conflicts and those gaps in our society caused by the war, they will not disappear, they will only be deeper. And we do hope that through economy, through good income, through proper human attitude and entrepreneurship, we can ensure within a co-op we'll be holding and maintaining social unity this way, because otherwise our society may break down very easily from any conflict. We understand this. And those results of our research we have at the moment prove that this is also understood by the members of those co-ops we cooperate with. So resilience factor for small producers also covers common community and the chance to move forward together and not solely, although this is not really easy task to perform we are about to face. Thank you very much for your attention. Yulia Melina, who is the manager of our research and networking within the business network of Rural Women's and Honor Project. And right now we also have 6 doctors and candidates of sciences at the moment. So this includes scientists, both male and men and women. Some doctors also present here today. But Yulia will be having a hard time to coordinate us all. This is a difficult task, I think, but we were capable of researching this. This will be published in Economics Backup and other international editions, and we'll be trying to share our data in order to pass the statistics, especially for the state services and territorial communities where it is needed for support of our co-ops. But on the other hand, we'll be trying for cooperatives to understand the statistics and use it to work and improve the management of their services, their performance, and for them to be proud of their work. Please greet us with applause, Sofia Burtak, as the catalyzers of these changes. Right now we don't have any break. We had a movement exercise right now, so you have a walk, but please do not leave the auditorium. Please come back. A small reflection, if I may. Could you please tell me, what are those co-ops available here today? Please raise your hands whether you saw yourself in this research, in those welcome speech you just heard. Yeah, hopefully you have. I haven't made this up. I do hope that this speech reflects what was really true. We also have online members and our co-op members. Please write down your comments, whether it's YouTube or Facebook. Please do write your questions, your comments, your reflections. We'll be very grateful to you all, and we'll be trying to answer all of them. Right now we're going to talk about the current state of affairs and development directions for co-ops. We will be having cuts from Rome. We'll be having Cooperative CEO from Canada available here today in Kiev with a friendly visit. We'll also be discussing with Mr. Mykola Moroz development of rural territories and agriculture altogether, included into strategic areas as cooperation, and how we can help to respond and cope with current challenges. We'll be also discussing and talking to our co-ops available here today. We'll be talking Fermerska Rodina about the diversity and variety of products as a unification factor for craft producers of Lviv Oblast, as well as their impressions of what's going on in co-op movement and its development, and which particular direction they are planning for the nearest future. We'll be talking with Fina Polana Co-op about the sort of a layer and framework set in 2025, as well as its development during the whole year. I would be very delighted to invite Mr. Jean-Philippe Marco. You might have seen logos, and Jean-Philippe is the CEO, Sokodevi CEO, also operating in Ukraine for many years, who will tell us how cooperation in many countries all over the world as the factor to advocate and arrange partnership with the governments. I'd also kindly ask Mr. Mykola Moroz to join us, the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. I would also kindly ask Ms. Tuko Ops. I think I mentioned them already, Fajna Poljana and Fermerska Rodina. We also have an online card from Rome, which this is Gabriella Maginelli from Liga Coop. I hope our technicians would help us and we'll be listening her online presentation. Now I would like to take the clicker from my colleague.
Okay. Jean-Philippe.
Yeah. You see this picture? This is what 6 years as Sokodevi CEO does to yourself. I don't look like this anymore. I was still young and not too bad looking. Now I have all this white hair. I'm supposed to have another one taken soon that shows me as I am now. No, more seriously, it was important for me, particularly important to come to Ukraine at this time, to show my personal support and the organization support to our partner of Rural Women Business Network and Dnipropetrovsk Agricultural Extension Services in these particularly difficult times in Ukraine and Kyiv. And it's even more an honor and a privilege to be part of this discussion with you today, with government representatives, cooperative leaders, and international partners. I would like to take a few minutes to speak very concretely about why cooperatives matter for governments and the economy, and how partnerships can turn them into effective tools for reconstruction, resilience, and European integration. Over the past 40 years, Sokodevi has supported thousands of cooperatives in more than 40 countries in the world. Across our current portfolio, cooperatives supported through our approach improve on average the performance by 88% and multiply their gross margin and their assets by 4. Maybe more importantly, beyond the performance of cooperatives, our work also delivers measurable outcomes for the population, for their members. In the past year alone, we recorded a 33% increase in the economic empowerment of women and 80% decrease in poverty among member households of cooperatives across our projects. Sustainably improving the performance of cooperative means conditions conducive to their financial health, succession planning, and good governance. When we talk about the economy and economic growth, we often think about the individual entrepreneur as the hero, that will save the economy and make it grow by himself or by herself. What is not often said enough is that cooperatives matter because not everyone has the same capacity to start or sustain a business. Cooperatives can provide an economic pathway, a clear economic pathway that combines entrepreneurship, risk sharing, and collective ownership, making them particularly relevant for inclusion, resilience, and long-term prosperity of a nation. As a Canadian nonprofit rooted in Quebec's cooperative movement, Sokodevi works at the intersection of economic development, environmental sustainability, and women's economic and social empowerment. And we support long-term member-owned enterprises rather than short-term project solutions. What we bring is not a project and not a single model, but breadth and depth. Experience across agriculture, food processing, finance, commerce, retail, market development, and territorial development, combined with long-term engagement with public institutions across the private sector and the private sector. And talking about breadth and depth, SOCODEVI was created in 1985, 41 years ago, by the Quebec's cooperative and mutualist movement. Today, behind SOCODEVI stand 14-member institutions and 21 auxiliary members, an ecosystem that accounts for 45,000 employees and 3.5 million members. Our cooperative base includes cooperatives like agricultural cooperatives like Solio, AgroPure Dairy Cooperative, the huge insurance and financial service mutual Beneva, as well as, for example, Quebec's Federation of Regional Development Cooperatives. This ecosystem allows us to mobilize practical expertise in governance, financial management, member services, and organizational development, and to support governments not only at the cooperative level, but at the system level as well, where legislation, public policy, and financing intersect. In Quebec, cooperatives operate at scale across all sectors and play a central role in economic development. This ecosystem that I'm describing is supported by a clear legal framework and strong institutions, and is frequently used as a reference internationally. Sometimes delegations come to visit us. It is not uncommon for SOCODEVI to welcome international delegations from countries seeking to better understand how a cooperative economy can function at scale across sectors, territories, and different markets. These are structured learning exchanges, often, if not always, integrating meetings with our own Ministry of Economy, Innovation, and Energy to connect cooperative development with public policy and economic strategy. Delegations vary depending on national priorities. Sometimes government official comes, other times it's cooperative leaders, youth leaders, National Women Association, as was the case in the last few years from Honduras, from Guatemala, and from Senegal. In several contexts, seeing cooperative system in practice in Quebec, how they are governed, financed, and connected to market, has helped clarify reform priorities. Not by exporting or copying our model, but by making cooperative systems visible as specific economic ecosystems that require its own specific enabling environments in terms of legislation, public policy, fiscal policy, and access to financing to develop and thrive. From our experience, cooperatives are the Swiss Army knife of economic development. They can organize producers, pool risks, attract financing, stabilize value chains, support food security, and anchor economic activity locally all at once. This versatility is particularly valuable in reconstruction context, where governments need tools that are flexible, resilient, and inclusive. This is very much the spirit of our work here in Ukraine, including through this new honor project supported by Global Affairs Canada that will be presented later in a video and that our colleagues have already started talking about. Cooperatives can act as a bridge between reconstruction today and European integration tomorrow, especially in supporting farmers and producers to meet EU standards and market requirements. In this context, connections with European cooperatives networks such as Lega Coop in Italy are particularly valuable. In terms of public policy and financing, governments play a decisive role by creating enabling environments. One example that may resonate is Mozambique. Mozambique adopted a cooperative law in 2009. Unfortunately, the law was never regulated, which means it cannot be fully implemented. Cooperatives lack a fiscal regime adapted to their specific nature. To this day, Cooperatives are often treated as privately owned small and medium enterprises with little recognition of their specificity, weak political visibility, and fragmented support. This limits their potential to grow and contribute fully to the national development. Our experience in Mozambique since 2020 and other countries in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America show that when ministries engage proactively with the cooperative systems and see how policy, finance, and governance work together in practice, the quality of reform changes. This is where long-term partnerships make the difference. With clear legislation, predictable public policy, coherent taxation, and institution to recognize cooperatives as specific economic actors. At Sokodevi, we value the dialogue underway with Ukrainian authorities, and we see strong potential to deepen this collaboration in support of reconstruction of European integration. Thank you.
Дякую. Дякуємо дуже Жану Філіппу. Я повернуся із...
Thank you, Jean-Philippe. I will be back with some of my questions later on. Now I'd like to pass on to Solomia. Could you please tell us a little bit about how cooperatives function and what vectors of growth you see given the current conditions? Good afternoon, everyone. I represent the Farmers Cooperative, and we talked with my colleagues about the research and what we saw on the screen. We understand that we do not quite fit within the standard approach to gathering statistical information, because we are very wide-ranging cooperative. We have dairy segment, beekeeping, vegetables. We also produce processed products such as packaged soups, chips, potato chips, etc. Now, why we created the cooperative? The idea was to improve the logistics and facilitate access to the end user. Because we are located in the rural area, it's hard to reach the end consumer. But if we ensure better logistics throughout the city, it facilitates the work of farmers and frees up more time for them to focus on their work instead of logistics. Thank you, Solomia. Thank you. I have the clicker. Now, to see the statistics, Sokodevi creates the environment for many cooperatives to grow and prosper in many countries, and Fermerska Rodina happens to be one of the cooperatives that created better conditions. They created a conducive, enabling environment. And here in this picture you see the auto shop that Solomia mentioned. It makes it possible to commercialize many kinds of products. I will be back with some more questions. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mykola Moroz. Could you please tell us about vectors of development and what the government can do to help? Because a lot depends on the Ministry of Economy and Environmental Protection. Hello, I'm Deputy Head of Department for Agricultural Development, and we develop strategies, transfer knowledge and innovations. We support small businesses in rural areas as well as communities. I'm sure most of you are aware of the strategy which was passed by the government. It's called 2020-30, and I keep repeating that this is very important because we, for the first time, switch from targeted to strategic strategies. It's about creating mechanisms, enabling environment, removing system disproportions. It's important that you understand our logic. Let me ask you, are there places for cooperatives in this strategy? No, we don't have specific targets for cooperatives. Why? Because because cooperatives is just a means. It's a tool. It's about creating infrastructure. But the strategy hinges upon this. And the goal is about developing small and medium enterprises. It's about making them heard, seen, and it's about ensuring their sustainability. Now, is it possible without cooperation? It's not. Therefore, when we talk about goals of developing rural areas, well, the situation is similar. We're saying that without cooperation, it's virtually impossible. So, in addition to the tools that we use, we also support SMEs, and you may have heard that recently the Parliament passed a law that changes significantly the rules of support. We're introducing a new institution which will administer support. It's a payment agency, and in late December last year, a decision was made to appoint state property funds to perform the functions of this payment agency, and they, if you follow the news, we are now creating transfer of knowledge and innovations for farmers who need information but don't have time to search for it. So this is like a special platform which will facilitate data exchange and knowledge transfer for farmers operational in rural areas. Let me tell you a bit about our vision. When we talk about developing cooperation, one of the goals is inclusive policy. It's not easy to explain what it is, but Sophia basically covered this. It's about involving everyone in the process of policy development. And now the government is trying to avoid the 2 to 3 year gap or delay, but instead see what works best and foster its development, and what doesn't work, fixing it as fast as possible. Right now, we are developing a new program to develop rural areas, and development of cooperatives is one of the subtasks in that strategy. We will be updating this subtask and we will be cooperating with your project in order to find the best solutions and to implement them and respond to any queries or challenges on the way. So, to summarize, the cooperatives are our priority. They are featured in our strategic documents. Both information and financial support to cooperatives will go on. And the ministry is open, and let's keep in touch.
And now we have a platform. For me, it's the most complicated because it's very multiply moderated, because we have a lot of representatives from our colleagues from Rome. If possible, for our technicians to put Gabriele on. Now we can see this dialogue, and we improvising right now this dialogue between global stakeholders, those who will be providing us with some positive inspiration, knowledge and financial assets, so the cooperation in Ukraine would be developing. We also have cooperatives which have to maintain these vectors and strategies to be introduced further on in order to provide their members and small producers with an environment to survive and work in Ukraine. We also have state authorities which needs to see how strategically to lead their state policy and how to combine those needs and that international aid and assistance with local needs, so that our state policy making would have a strong basis and robust basis, and not only in theory but also in practice. This is a complicated panel for me, but I'm really delighted that we have a lot of friends in the hall who understand this particular moderation section, which is not that easy, so I feel myself alright. It's pretty comfortable, I hope. I mean, least comfortable for Gabriele, because he is available only online. Gabriel, the stage is yours.
Sophia, thanks for inviting me to such relevant conference. It's a pity I couldn't be there with you, but I'm sure it will be occasion very, very soon. And before starting, let me thank our Canadian friend, the Canadian government, for supporting Ukrainian cooperatives. But most of all, let me thank you, the Ukrainian cooperators who are bleeding, struggling in such hard time for counting on cooperatives. Now, there should be some slides. I don't know if they can start, because I was asked to speak about cooperation among cooperatives. I will use few slides. I don't know if you can see them. Just to provide you a few hints on how it works at national level, but also at international. Let me know whether the slides started or I can send them from here.
Через секунду будуть слайди. 1 minute.
1 minute, please. You will have your slides.
But I can, while they are starting, I think I can start in providing you some hints. As first, let me mention that we are quite an old organization. Lega Coop, we were founded in 1886. You see here, we have the logo of 140 years, because this year we are going to celebrate it, our 140 years, and it would be so nice to have the representatives from the Ukrainian cooperatives in our celebration in Milan in October, where we'll have very big event. You can also go to the second slide, please. For introducing the concept of cooperation and cooperative, I spent really two words on who we are, because it already provides a couple of elements that can be helpful to share. As first as Lega Coop, we have over 10,000 cooperatives active in all Italian region and with an aggregate turnover of 86 billion euros. So you can figure out that in such big amount of cooperatives, they come from very diverse sector, we'll see it later, but also with different dimensions, from very small one up to the very big one. And all of them are so critically important in our economy, from the very small ones which are active on the territory, on single community, providing services that otherwise would be not provided by the market, up to the very big cooperative that in turn have a key role on the economy, on some specific sector. And going to the second slide, we can already see which are the sectors in which we are active. I would say all sectors of the Italian economy. In some sector, we are so relevant, like in retailing, with our retailing and consumption cooperative, which are number 1 and number 2 in the Italian supermarket activity. But also in other sector, we are very relevant. This is one peculiarity of the Italian system. In other countries, cooperative movement could be even stronger, but sometimes concentrated in few sectors, like agriculture, credit. Of course, we also have those sectors, but we also have all other sectors, and so they are so diverse. You can figure out how challenging this can be for us to represent as association, as umbrella association, such different interests. But on the other side, you can figure out the potentiality that you have on creating cross collaboration between sectors, between cooperative in different sectors, and so also between cooperative in the same sector. Before giving you few examples of cooperation among cooperatives in Italy, but also international level, please stay on the previous slide for a second, because one of the sector that was there was the social sector, which, if you look at numbers, is not so big as others, but still is very relevant and plays such a big role on providing service to the community, social services, on two ways. There are social cooperatives of type A, since I heard they were mentioned during the conference before, type A cooperatives, which are those who provide services, social services to the community, childcare, people for services for aged people, health services, and so on, community activities, and so on. But also a type B cooperative, social cooperative, which are social cooperative that do whatever type of activity, from manufacturing, services, waste collection, really whatever, not social services, but their social element is that they make job integration of people that are considered as disadvantaged group. So ranging from disabled, people with drug addiction, and so women victims of violence, and so on and so on. And this sector could be such an inspiration, and often this is one of the sectors, social sector, that has more connection and cooperation with the other sectors. Now, to be brief, because I know I don't have very much time, please stay on the previous slide, because I need to introduce a couple of elements that were in the previous slide. Because over there, if you can skip back, there were three typologies of cooperation that I wanted to share with you. From one side, the cooperation between cooperatives within the same sector. So, for instance, there was the example of the cooperation between a dairy, the biggest dairy cooperative in Italy, Granarolo, and the biggest honey cooperative, Conapi, in Italy. And they cooperate with them, recently signed an agreement so that the dairy cooperative had to respect a certain protocol within their processing plant and within the farm of the single member for ensuring that the environment for bees is protected. On the other side, the honey cooperative and its member are ready to start realizing honey production within the sites of the dairy cooperative, installing some hives. So this is the cooperation between cooperative of different activity, but within the same sector, agri-foods. We can think about cooperation among the value chain between cooperatives. This is, I bring in some cases, but there could be thousands of them from the Italian cooperative movement. And this is, for instance, the case of the Italian wines Assieme, which is a brand of the private label by Coppa Italia, the biggest consumer cooperative in Italy, that realized an agreement with with the 5 main winery cooperative for creating a common brand that valorizes the different wines from different Italian regions. This was so impactful in providing these wines to the final consumer. So from the agro cooperative, in this case winery, to the consumption cooperative to bring added value to the final consumer. And the last case I want to bring to you is cooperation between sector. In this case, I'm mentioning the slide one energy cooperative because I know it's such an important subject there now. This is one cooperative, Copsole, the last example, that was funded by 5 different cooperatives from different sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, services, to respond to the need they had to access to clean and affordable energy by starting some jointly some photovoltaic plants. So together they start responding to their common needs of access to energy. These are just some of the examples I could bring, for there are many. For instance, the cooperation between social cooperative and housing ones, or those between social cooperative and agricultural cooperative for social agriculture with job integration of disadvantaged group, and so many more. I would rather now pass to check how we can also have this inter-cooperation at international level. So next slide. Where we can see one example of our activity, because as Lega Coop and now through our development organization ADEOS, we make a lot of international projects abroad. And for instance, in this one that is active now in Vietnam is very provide many interesting points on the presence of cooperative all along the value chain. In this case, it is the value chain of coffee. Coffee is largely produced in Vietnam, and in particular by Vietnamese cooperative. On the other side, we have in Italy cooperative active in transporting it, so the logistic, international shipping, cooperative active in processing, cooperative active in retailing, so this one Mark mentioned you, Coppa Italia, but also one cooperative is Fair Trade Italy, so the actor certifying the production. And all of them, from the Vietnamese coffee producing cooperative down to the final consumer cooperative, are interested, have some common interest. In this case, in particular, in providing traceability, transparency in the product, and so using digital tools for providing clearer information to consumer. You see here you have manufacturing, so workers cooperative, consumer, and so on and so on. All of them cooperating with the same scope. If we come to the cooperation we started between cooperative, also between the Italian and Ukrainian cooperative, that's the part I love more. So next slide, please. Our cooperation with you started already since the start, unfortunately, of the full-scale invasion. And it started with simple solidarity. Next slide, please. Thanks. Immediately, Lega Coop activated with the fundraising between their cooperative, but also single cooperative started fundraising and providing assistance through some international organization and international NGOs working on field, either directly in Ukraine or with the refugees just out of the country, but also with some, thanks to our colleague, we were also able to provide you some small shapes for producing cheese provided by some of our dairy cooperative, just very little things, but providing meaning in the cooperation between cooperatives and supporting and keeping them active. But this evolved since, thanks to the project support by Canada, we were able to host a delegation of Ukrainian cooperatives. I saw many of you there in the room. I was happy to see you, unfortunately just on screen, but I hope to see you soon also in person again, so that some of you could visit our realities of cooperative and take inspiration from there. But then it evolved, and we had the Export Pioneer program, where we tried to give our contribution by providing hints from the marketing expert of our biggest consumer cooperative, Coop Italia, that provided some hints on how it works, the Italian, but more in general, the European market in the final retailing of products. And now we have to move forward. We had in July this conference in Rome within the Ukraine Recovery Conference, all dedicated to putting cooperative at the center of the Ukrainian strategy for agriculture. And this led also to the two first results. From one side, the agreement we signed between Cooperative Academy and the GetUp for further implementing joint action. And from the other side, also to this commitment chart, this simple chart where cooperatives, or better, cooperative movements from all over the world are invited to indicate their contribution to the Ukraine strategy 2030 for the rural development. And we started, of course, from us and from Sokodevi, populating these metrics of contribution, but we are now calling for the expansion of this contribution from all European and international cooperative movement. So now is really the time to take action for the next steps. And so next slide, to come to my conclusion, because I think I overcome already the time I had, where we see the future of cooperation between cooperative, in particular cooperation between Italy and Italian and Ukrainian cooperative, I would say on three axes. The first one would be on business matching. We are ready to identify the interests for partnership by respective cooperative and match them. And even more, we should try to seize the opportunity given by the national trade agency. We have an Italian trade agency which is very active, very efficient in making connection, and is also very active already in Ukraine. For instance, for participation in fair, organizing business matching, organizing incoming programs, we can facilitate the participation. We want to facilitate the participation of the Ukrainian cooperatives in connection with our cooperative. But this is just one of the three axes. The second one, of course, is in the exchange of good experience, good practice, something we already started with the study visit. We realized now, I think it's already 2 years ago. So we can bring it to a higher level. We can go sectoral. We can be more specific in exchange of practice, even bilaterally between single cooperative with similar interests. And why not think about youth mobility programs that could facilitate the dialogue between our cooperatives. And the last one, or last axis of cooperation, could be really in defining joint development projects. There are already opportunities given, especially with the large investment that the European Union is doing for facilitating the access of the Ukraine in the European Union. We hope very soon, and we know with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has a task force for Ukraine with the Enterprises Association, so including us, of course, we daily try to support the soonest possible entry of Ukraine in the European Union. So these are just some of the examples, some of the direction. We have really good feeling. We are really confident on building something concrete that reach the territories, that support cooperatives from small to big ones, cooperative on territory in Ukraine, especially because we know about the professionality of the colleague we have in Ukraine, both our Canadian colleagues in Ukraine, but most of all our Ukrainian friends from Rural Women Business Network, from Cooperative Academy, working daily with full commitment on this subject. I will stop here and I remain available for any question or exchange in the panel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. І це був дуже гарний.
That was quite a good link, and I would like to explain why it is important to follow this path of cooperative cooperation and cooperation, which I mentioned at the beginning. Well, first of all, this is a link to Taras. Taras was the member of our Italian cooperation interaction, and this is a person who has been leading his cooperative behind and was pitching Italian consumers as a big consumer Italian cooperative in terms of sales of Ukrainian products to Italy. And it turns out that we have a lot of homework to be done and we have a lot of vectors to develop.
Hello everyone, thank you for the invitation. I am Taras Andrichuk, head of Fina Polyana Cooperative. We grow, sell and export abroad and freeze berries, countries like Poland, Czech Republic and Estonia. However, to be able to export to West Germany, West Europe, we need to improve the level of production, improve quality. We're working on this. We're trying to reach that level. This is our homework that we need to do. We now understand what we need to do exactly, what steps are to be taken in order to meet the expectations of countries of Western Europe. We are now, and hopefully in February, we will export for the first time to the Netherlands. And that will be our first export to Western Europe. Now, how did we grow since 2022? Today, we export 1% from all the berries exported by Ukraine. So one small cooperative exports 1% of the overall export volume. So we are proud of this achievement and we are ready to share our experience to help others to grow and expand their export capacities. Thank you, Taras. To summarize this panel, we've heard a lot about international cooperation and international level, that we can import from Canada, Italy, and learn from them. We have recorded Gabriel's presentation, so you will be able to watch that again, because he talks about important things, how Italian cooperatives can support Ukrainian cooperatives on their path toward EU integration. Now, I have one question to all panelists. What should we prioritize in our work in order to help cooperatives develop better? very briefly.
Cooperatives to develop will develop better if they have an enabling environment. When we think about enabling environment, we often think about a law. That's definitely part of it, but it's not enough. It's not the only thing that can be done to create this enabling environment. We can think about public policy, taxation that is conducive to the development of cooperatives, but very important, I think, is what the colleague from Lega Co-op talked. This ecosystem of institution that will structure the cooperative ecosystem, but will enable as well this inter-cooperation to happen. What Sokodevi is doing here internationally, bringing international inter-cooperation, if we can have the beginning of this structure of an inter-cooperation ecosystem locally in Ukraine, that will be tremendous. And that's why I was so happy to hear what my colleague said at the end of his intervention, because he offered to inter-cooperate with others. That's fantastic.
Ви поставили складне завдання.
It's a challenging question. It's not easy to answer briefly because a lot needs to be done. But if I look at priorities, I would say learning and innovations, searching for new knowledge, cross-fertilization. It is very important that cooperative movement cross-fertilize, and the rest should be done by the ministry to create the enabling environment for prosperity of cooperatives. If I was to single out one thing, in my opinion, a cooperative needs to be a backbone of farmers' growth. Right now, of course, it's very difficult to accomplish these tasks. We have challenges with power supply, water, etc. But it's important that our cooperatives know they are supported, they are cared for, and that the environment will be conducive to their work and growth. I would say that that's the most important thing. Taras? Well, I think everyone at their level, at micro level, should set a good example and support others with your own example, showing how you can achieve better results at a micro level. Thank you, Taras. Let me wrap up this panel by thanking those cooperatives who undertook to stay within the cooperative movement, help their colleagues, other members to stay on the market with or without our support, despite all the challenges. Because why it's important for us in 2026? Because now we can involve even more people to their cooperatives. They have built the foundation. They have created enabling environment that both Jean-Philippe and Makola talked about. And that means we can steadfastly move forward in enhancing our technologies and involve new cooperatives to our program. Now, how exactly we're going to do that, I will tell you in my next presentation. Thank you. Now, we will have express panels where we will try to show you how to get involved with the cooperative movement, become good members, and get support within the next month. Well, we're going to watch the video right now, yes? Okay, while we're watching the video, technicians will help us. I'd like to invite Erin McKee, who's the program manager in Ukraine. I'd like to invite Irina Golovuk, who's the manager of the program to supporting cooperatives from Gonor. Are we going to have video? The Government of Canada supports development of cooperatives for over 15 years. The new Gonor project continues this support and opens the new ways of supporting this. It's a 7-year initiative which will be implemented jointly with the network of village women. It will help agricultural cooperatives in the rural area to adapt to new life, take leadership roles, and introduce new technologies. We are focusing on 4 areas: expansion of economic rights and opportunities for village women, climatically sustainable agriculture, expanding organizational potential. Honor will help women not only be good entrepreneurs but also change leaders. From Lviv to Dnipropetrovsk, from Odessa to Chernihiv, we are focusing on key sectors: dairy, grain, vegetable, honey keeping. We are planning to work with 50 cooperatives, among which social cooperatives, and over 2,000 members. We are going to cover 5,000 people, internally displaced people, younger and older men. Honor will be supporting 3 cooperative programs: development of cooperatives, family farms, and women entrepreneurship. This will create new high-quality products and enhance resilience of village communities. We will help them to implement climate-smart solutions. At the national level, Honor will support the creation of the national model of cooperative business, as well as creation of rural networks. For us, cooperation is not just business. This is the occupation of our life. And our members are ready to work earnestly, steadfastly, for the benefit of their families and their business. Each small farmer cannot implement a large-scale project, but together during the war, jointly, we were able to do that. So I'm proud to say that we are one of the most active cooperatives in Ukraine. This is one large friendly family, and once you get involved, you just stay there because you care not only for yourself and your neighbor, but every cooperative member, because we're a family called a cooperative. And it's worth the efforts we are investing into this, because our future is with cooperatives. And together we will get only stronger. So if you want to create your own cooperative, get in touch and be brave. So it's about rural women, family farms, and cooperatives that rehabilitate communities and build the future of Ukraine. This is like a musical intro to what we're going to talk about now. I'd like to give the floor to Erin first. Here's the clicker for you. Now, what we'd like to discuss right now, first, how we're going to move forward, what we've achieved over the past years, what our experience looks like, and how we're going to implement that in our future support programs. So let's take 10 minutes to discuss this.
For being here today. It's a real pleasure to be back in Ukraine. I'm so pleased that we were able to come. Sorry, I'm used to stopping for translation. So I want to take a few minutes to introduce briefly our new project, Honor, which we are very excited to be launching this year. And I want to, Sophia had mentioned that this is an express panel, so I'm going to be relatively short in my comments so that we can move on with the presenters, because we want to hear from the co-op members today. We want to hear about their experiences. So I'll just briefly say, I'm originally from Saskatchewan in Canada, where we have a large Ukrainian diaspora, and we have a strong history of cooperatives in Canada, in Saskatchewan as well. One of the largest in the world being the Saskatchewan Wheat Pool. It demutualized, so it doesn't exist anymore, but that cooperative was built by Ukrainian Canadians. And so when Sophia says that we are bringing cooperatives back to Ukraine, I grew up in a community that was supported by those cooperatives. So when I get to work with all of you, it feels like I'm working with a piece of history, because you are creating this movement in Ukraine. And I'm so honored to be a part of it. So I'll tell you a bit about what we were able to accomplish with our previous project, We Prosper, which just closed. It was also supported by the Government of Canada and was a collaboration with DAS, the Dnipropetrovsk Agricultural Extension Services, and the Rural Women's Business Network. So we were able to support 17 cooperatives and reach over 1,100 members. 52% of those were women. And this was an increase in 2023. When we started working with the co-ops, we had 8 that we were working with, and the number of members was 189. So you can see there was a dramatic increase in the scope and reach of the project. And I should also mention that the project originally was designed to work in Donbass region and support the startup of 2 agricultural cooperatives. And then with the full-scale invasion, of course, we had to pivot and reevaluate what we could do in the context of the aggression. And this team that you see here, the Co-op Academy, DAS, and RWBN, did an amazing job and did it very quickly and under difficult circumstances to figure out how we could not only support humanitarian needs, but also to help people reestablish their lives in the context that we were working in. So you can also see we increased member satisfaction, and Sophia and Yulia referenced this in their presentation and showed that the loyalty and satisfaction of the members has increased as well. Women's leadership, we have done the surveys that there are 46% of women are in leadership positions in these cooperatives. We have the members are using the services, which is always a good indication that things are working. 80% of women and 72% of men are using the services. And the participation in the annual general meetings is quite high. with 63% of women participating. Next slide. So I'd like to introduce Honor briefly. This is our new project. We will be working on this project till 2032. So we're here for the long haul, and we are very excited to have this opportunity. It's a consortium agreement between Dnipropetrovsk Agricultural Extension Services, Rural Women Business Network, and Sokodevi. We are equal partners in the project. We will be working across several value chains, including dairy, berries, vegetable, honey, and grain. And we're ambitious in this project. We're hoping to reach 50 cooperatives and support them with value-added processing, equipment, technology, training. This will represent almost 5,000 beneficiaries across Ukraine. Some of the targeted populations that we'll be working with are women, family farms, people who have been internally displaced due to the war, veterans and their families, older persons, not sure what qualifies as older, maybe me. Experienced, yes. And younger individuals. We're hoping to reach youth and get youth more involved in agriculture as well. So the rest of our afternoon, the rest of the panel, will talk about, introduce the three main programs that we'll be delivering under Honor. This is the Economic Support Program for Cooperatives. We have an Economic Support Program for family farms and one for rural women entrepreneurs. And I think I will wrap up there and again just say thank you. It's an honor to be a part of this project. It's aptly named. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this chance to be here and speak on new probably page in development of cooperation in Ukraine, and I'm not be too boastful probably. My call on this program as such. My name is Irina Volovik, and I've got quite an experience, in my opinion at least, in working with co-ops. It's more than 5 years of expertise. I've been working and interacting with the Cooperative Academy. I'm one of the co-founders of Co-op Developers Academy, and I'm also a project manager for the Rural Business Network, Women Business Network, and I have experience in cooperating with the Agricultural Consulting Service. And one of the major lessons I learned and can share with you is that I do believe in co-ops. I believe in Ukrainian co-ops. I am inspired by those people who make the cooperative model Ukrainian identical, because each particular country has its specifics, some specific ecosystems. We have our own specifics we must be proud of, and I think we'll be talking about them a lot on global conferences and high tribunes. I'm also sure that there is no some magic pill which can be distributed between the co-ops and demonstrating as a unique and ultimate recipe. I've been working with many co-ops for these 10 years in many sectors, in many stages of their development, and those with 3 members, with those with more than 100 members, and each story is unique. Why I keep talking about this? Because the co-op support program we are suggesting under the Honor project is very unique because of the individual approach to each and every Ukrainian co-op. Once again, this is quite an ambitious claim, but we'll be trying to do so, and we're willing to do so. So what's this program is about, and this project is about? This program is focused on Ukrainian co-ops which are registered as agricultural co-ops. We're only talking about agricultural cooperation right now, with different life stories behind. Some of them have been actively providing services, selling joint products, jointly manufactured products, and these are sort of locomotives and boosts for drivers for co-op development in Ukraine. Some are on standby, so to say, and we've got acquainted with colleagues who are here for the first time ever, and they tell us stories that since 2002, 2005 they have this co-op registered, but has been idle for many years due to the war or other reasons. Some of them just registered their co-ops and don't have any capacity, as we say, to have this powerful launch and make their own unique model. But we'll be covering all of these co-ops. Our program of co-op support is not a one-time program. This will be continuous, and this will be maintained every and each year to open a new call for applications. It will be continuous till the end of the owner project at least, but I hope it will continue even more and further. Each year we'll be inviting a new cohort of co-ops to join us, both experienced and those on standby, or the newly established co-ops only in the beginning of their way. We'd like to create a sort of a environment and ecosystem, friendly ecosystem for them, which would be fluent with their needs, for co-ops to perform some self-diagnosis where they are right now, and I mean both economically and organizationally, to access consulting support in terms of legal matters, planning, HR, technologies, digital tools. All the co-ops will be able, respectively, pass the training if needed. And I think 99.9% know that everybody has this problem, as well as access resource support. This is not just about grants. We're about to share or distribute, I mean not us but Global Affairs Canada. This is a very comprehensive approach for every co-op to develop a roadmap and move in their own tempo, with their own speed. Somebody will do it slower, somebody will do it faster, somebody will put their activities on standby, somebody will make some very swift move forward. But once again, no matter which cooperative you are, which kind of cooperative you are, you can approach us and access this program. So what will the training be about and support will be about? During these years, we have defined and researched. You've probably seen that these are scientific researches, field researches, and other activities. But we define these priorities to create added value. No matter which sector you are in, cooperation as a rule is concentrated around the added value. This means both processing, storage, certification, sales, be it export or nationwide, digital instrument and commerce, everything which enables co-ops to access this added value from cooperation. Another important direction and area is very efficient now, which is energy efficiency and independence, because co-ops, in fact, all co-ops are using equipment and power of different type. They use water to this or that extent to cover their needs and their members' needs. And I think these topics will be of relevance for the next 10 years and decade to come, after all those destruction we've been facing and caused by the Russian Federation. This topic will also be a topic for your projects as co-ops. And another third topic includes green technologies and climatic changes and environmental changes, everything related to restructuring and restructurization of agriculture in accordance with the new rules of survival in this changeable world, because nobody can reject environmental changes just because of our war. Because all of our farmers have been very active to respond to all the challenges they've been facing. So if you know that you want to change the technology and pass to a closed soil, pass to some new equipment you'll be about to use to automate your activities like artificial intelligence, is also about new technologies. And the fourth area includes social cooperation and services, which is also of high importance for rural communities, because this is where in rural communities we have our members of our co-ops. These four pillars, these four areas, will hopefully find response in all of you. Another important matter on how it's going to be, today I'm announcing a support program. I would like to calm you down. All of this information will be posted on social media. It will be posted through DIA, through communication channels maintained by oblast administrations and officials. You will not lose this information. We're going to share it, but in order for you to understand what's going to be in there, we're going to open the registration of co-op, and I mean legal entities, not individuals. Co-ops representatives will have a registration. They'll fill in a 30-question quiz or application form. Then we contact each and every particular co-op separately to understand which particular co-op you are, whether you are ready to co-invest or not, whether you have a strategy or not, whether you are ready for an application or not. We'll be providing trainings, of course, for under all the areas boosting co-op development. We'll be providing consulting services because our team involves a lot of high-quality experts, and I'm about to respond to the question. These services are of high value, but we have a good partner, Global Affairs Canada, which allows providing these highly valuable services for our members free of charge. Please pay attention to that. And through the establishment of your individual development plan for your co-ops, will be passing to a specific resource support under a certain phase. As you can see, this is a continuous play for a longer and long-term perspective. We are about to announce the beginning of this program in 2026, and those co-ops we're about to take on board for this program in 2026. At least we spent at least a year to work together with you. This is my frank claim. This will be a long way to go, but I hope it will be interesting for all of you, and the results will be interesting for you as well. This is a QR code in case anybody wants to download information about this, but we also have links and social media information. We're going to post information there as well. We'll share it just for you to understand. We have a sort of a quiz and application form you can fill. This is about the co-op support program. Sophia, I think, will add a couple of words on behalf of my panel, moderated by me. Why did you actually consider SOCODV and Liga Co-op and other partners we are yet to meet? This is cooperative experience which will be included into this program, and based on international and global sources. We've heard Gabriele about Expert Pioneer Program. This is a program initiated by Erin last year, which includes great and big cooperatives, one of the biggest in UK and Canada and Italy. Maybe I hope French colleagues and German colleagues will join us, because I think we have some of them here today. And this will enable a long-term perspective to involve experience and to share experience and support of those sectoral co-ops in EU member states or Northern America. You probably heard the cases mentioned by Gabriele, who was mentioning them, like dairy sector, wine producers, a lot of successful co-ops working in wineries. I know that we have some plans to establish a winery co-op in Ukraine, so this expertise will be very multifaceted. And if you have any plans to download this QR code, you understand that your co-op team within your co-op will access quite a multifaceted support as a result, which will not be disclosed at public events like this conference. We'll be discussing it internally with Irina and co-ops. This is quite a confidential work to some extent and in some places. Thank you very much for this additional information. I would like to underline is that the project program is operating in all oblasts of Ukraine, controlled by the Ukrainian government. You need to understand that if a cooperative was relocated, if a co-op requires re-registration. I'm speaking about this because we have online members from all over Ukraine. We don't have any quarrels about developing a co-op you will not be able to address us with. I do vouch that all of you need to approach us and clarify about your possible involvement. Also, the sectors mentioned by Aaron, the traditional sectors for Ukraine. These are grains, dairy sector, horticulture, apiaries, berries. Please do come to us. Also, on this occasion, and since one of our projects, Business Network of Rural Women, in 2025 was related to energy efficiency, we'd like to thank our partners involved in our projects. In this particular case, these are CDB. Center of Disaster Philanthropy. We'd like to thank to Riskon project. Why I'm showing this slide? Because when we're going for a project, when we are preparing a project with our partners, we are performing a survey or research. And while implementing the RESCO project, we performed the research among our co-ops who've been working for many years, as well as new co-ops among female entrepreneurs, while asking them about the challenges they had been facing in terms of energy efficiency. I'd like to thank all those who cooperated with us. We have some of those colleagues with us today in this hall in terms of energy efficiency. And considering the data we have acquired, we can share them. I think that even these data are more optimistic than they are in reality, because considering the last weeks and months of winter in Ukraine, this information from autumn and summer, these data are much more dramatic right now and acute, I would say, and I know that everybody feels discrepancy in their energy safety at the moment. So it's of high importance for us, in case we have any individual entrepreneurs who are not ready or cannot afford to invest into energy saving technologies or energy generation or alternative energy sources, but those co-ops who have some economic activities and have some economic capacity and assets, they keep telling that they have plans as such and they are ready to invest. And I must say that the RESCO project supported 3 co-ops, Fermerska Rodina, Fajna Poljana and Saksagань. And all these 3 co-ops, they didn't just prepare an action plan and won their support, but they also co-invested, and this is also another moment why co-ops are important. They provide scaling and sort of a geometric progression for opportunities, development of joint actions. So this energy efficiency topic will also be involved in our project. It will also be on co-op level. Right now I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and that's pretty much it. We have an express panel. I would like to pass the stage to our next support program opened under the Gonor project. This is Maxim Maximer, Consulting Service Director under the Honor project, as well as Katerina Zelenyuk, who is the Laboratory Manager of the Consulting Service, and Oleg Yemets, who are about to tell us about the activities of Dairy Management System and provision of services for their co-op members. Thank you very much, Irina, for making everybody excited about our program. Erin presented 3 major pillars or components or programs which we will be using under our new project. Irina presented the first of them, which will be involving co-ops, developing co-ops, because this is the basis of our Honor project. That's understandable, that's clear. Now I'd like to tell you about the framework of this or the spine of this project, who are the members of this co-op program, because no co-op would exist without its members. This is the basics. These are people, these are manufacturers and producers united under the co-op. And this particular program of economic development for family farms, this program will be covered by the Agricultural Consulting Service, Just as during our previous projects, we will be focused on family farms as well.
The sectors have already been presented. It's basically, everything. It's dairy, and we are experts here. It's grain, vegetables, berries, honey. All these are sectors that you're operating in today. What are our key strategic goals? First is to improve production and increase the revenues for agribusiness. We will help with equipment, but of course the foundation of it all is the economy. We will also calculate the efficiency of the existing equipment, your future investments, and both what you're going to invest personally as well as with our assistance. Next, support to family farms in collective work. Of course, the cooperative will provide services, equipment, and help you, but the cooperative cannot always cover all the needs. There could be some collective needs that remain open, but we will work with you, with cooperative members, in order to satisfy these collective needs. Next, increasing mechanical work and decreasing manual work. Also improving, rather removing the obstacles that currently hinder the work. It is very important for both vegetables, and dairy, and honey production. Next, energy at the level of cooperatives is a priority, but energy issues at the level of your each individual business is also important, because you simply will not be able to produce anything unless you have reliable power supply. But but energy at any cost won't do. Energy needs to be efficient. You need to understand clearly what you're going to spend your energy on, and the power that you use need to produce good results. And last but not least is water. Improving access to water, solving the problems of shortages of water, because this is equally important for plant growing, production of grain, cattle farms. So we need to make sure we use water efficiently, because we get less and less of it. But we need to survive, and we need to continue to produce our products. So these are the key strategic areas. Of course, the natural question is, what tools are we going to use? Of course, we will do lots of training. We will have professional trainers. But today it's not enough. Like 10 years ago, you could invite a good trainer and that would be enough. Today, a trainer who doesn't rely upon figures, analytical data in vegetable growing, grain growing, etc., this is not enough. Therefore, we'll have teams of Oleg Yemets, a highly qualified team, as well as Katerina Zeleniuk's team. She is in charge of a laboratory In the past, it was only dairy laboratory, but recently they have expanded. So tests and analytics is important. We will do a training and render advice, consulting services based on your feedback. Now I'd like to pass on to my colleagues. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I represent DMS, which was formed based on SKDV support. We are cooperating with LACTANet. We have a tool, a special lab for conducting our testing, and our team will be implementing the goals that are needed by our partners. Now, at the MAS, we have 3 levels, rather 5 levels of cooperation. First is we will work and take samples, milk samples from tanks and batches. That's the first level. Second level is working with cooperatives that will work, have been working for a while now, and we will be taking samples on a monthly basis from each cow. Third level is about detailed analysis, and here each cooperative can get access to their reports. Next level 4, analytical reports, which will go to LACTANet, and then we will get information in the new format that I will share with you later. And level 5 is basically recommendations on management, comfort, construction, rehabilitation, modernization, environmental issues as well. Now, when we take samples, what do we get? These are the key parameters that affect the price of milk. It's mostly protein and fat content, as well as lactose, FBD, solids, SNF, and SCC. Somatic cells indicate the state of udder, quality of milk, freezing point indicates the parameters of milk, whether water was added or not, whether milk was falsified or not. Fat and protein content, and fat to content to protein ratio is important because they're linked to acetosis. This is a high level that I mentioned earlier, where we look at LACTANet data, and here we get the data which averages the number of heads within a herd, also the active animals. It also shows monthly tests that could be monitored, and you can observe the trends. You can build diagrams of real milk, and we also see the curve that reflects the state of each animal. And at the bottom of the slide, you see information on the state of lactation, productivity, and general health of the herd. We get all this from the lab results, and I'd like to pass on to Katarina. Thank you. Dairy producers are probably a little anxious because it looks a little complicated, but it's all about your money, you see. It's about your profit, and this is the foundation. So let's pass on to Katarina now. Hello, I'm Katarina Zeleniuk. I am the lab manager. We've been involved with dairy sector. We are now expanding the scope of our activities. You've just seen what parameters we measure in the lab, and it's not just about quality and revenue, profit, but it's also about security and safety of the products. In other words, we need both quality and safety of milk produced by our cooperatives. So we monitor lactose, fat content, general protein content, and nitrogen, somatic cells is one of the key monitoring tool to monitor the health of udder. This way we control not just the raw material, not just milk, but also the safety of animals at each farm. This is conducive to business growth, and this is what our comprehensive approach is all about. Now, what makes us different from others? We not only carry out tests using the best equipment, state-of-the-art equipment, but we also do things that no one else does in Ukraine, because we focus on safety and comfort of animals. In our lab, we introduced testing of milk to find antibodies for viruses such as leukosis, and this helps small farmers not to hire additional personnel, but send the samples to our lab from any locality within Ukraine and have their samples analyzed. Therefore, we think it's a great opportunity, and we give the opportunity to farmers to control the state of health, productivity, and safety of the products they produce. This slide is dedicated to our new area of operations, such as testing of agricultural crops. We detect pathogens, nitrogen content, potassium. In the future, we provide this data to our agronomist, who provides comprehensive services and advice which result in specific action steps that a farmer can take in order to enhance the productivity of their operations. Next area of our work is to test honey and subsidiary products, and then we use results in order to improve productivity of honey keeping cooperatives. Thank you, Katya. We are planning to launch this program in spring. We are finalizing the development now. We will let you know when we are done and when the program is up and running. And of course, we will first approach the cooperatives who applied for previous program. You will see us first. You will be first because you are the priority for us. So see you in the field. I thank the team of Agricultural Consulting Service. All the curves and graphs and lab results happen to be a part of the systemic approach, and the advice that all the cooperatives receive will yield a positive impact on the quality and safety of their products. Because demands grow, the standards are currently revisited and improved. So the criteria are quite strict. Now I'd like to give the floor to Valery Bondarchuk, because we actually have another program in the pipeline, and we would like to tell you about it too.
Afternoon, dear colleagues. You know, when we had first forums on agricultural cooperation, we mostly had male faces around who were mostly speaking that we have our wives at homes, who are housekeepers, who are obliged to care, to assist and support. But we know how to make decisions for both a woman, for a grandmother, for a girl. We know it all. And you know, when we were asking, and I mean during all of our events, so that women would draw us an image of a rural woman, and they did draw pictures with women carrying babies, with men in their hearts, without even a single thought that I can manage, that I can be a leader, that I can chair, that I can make decisions. Moreover, that I can support and ensure and provide for my own economic capacity. Well, right now we haven't changed this law as a tool, but I think now women draw something different. What do you think it is? I can hear your answers. Money, yeah, that's it. They draw iPhones, cars, tractors, and I mean this process is going. Regarding the support program for rural women entrepreneurs, that was jointly developed and designed by Sophia and those women who were the visitors and attendees of our first forum. I think some of them are even here. Could you please stand up if you are here? Thank you very much. These, well, I mean, 10 years have passed since. in 2016, and you know that it was in Kiev, and it was when institutionally the business network was not a phenomenon as such, but it was already forming a strategic plan. And today, this strategic plan under the We Prosper program was used as a pilot. It was based on which needs and demands rural women had, what strategic interests they had, and what they really needed. And this particular program currently has the following full-scale format. What is important for us in the first place? We are not following any rural women to tell them how to be leaders and to be leaders in general, but for us it is important, and Sophia would confirm this. We have 6 people who are doctors of sciences and candidates of sciences of different profiles, within our team, and those people who graduated from agrarian universities as well. We conduct and perform research. It is very important for us to use our focus groups, to use surveys and quizzes to define the specific priorities available at the moment. We define a situation, a region, human resources, opportunities, and specifically in such a horrible and violent time. It is very important for us, and I would kindly ask you all to take the program in your hands, because the title of the Honor Project, you can see that this project has even a bigger name, so to say, because this is one of the priorities, and the program will not be working just for the program as such. It's too practical and applied. We have more than 1,500 women working with us, and not always they have any resource support, because we use a diverse and comprehensive approach. We define a situation, we define a vision for the future, which would enable to provide economic capacity and authorization for women and co-ops. They take part in rural communities, and this is even not counting those women we have without the analysis of their impact, so that village headmen, community heads would not sell the agricultural lands and never buy their grandfather or grandmother in an apartment in Lviv, in Kiev or Dnipro. But better for them to, even if they sell this land, they would build an agricultural business jointly with a son, with a daughter, and stay in this land. Therefore, as you can see, we have quite an important area of activity, which is planning in accordance with the tasks and objectives posed for this project. And this will be on the operational level, on the strategic level, and this planning would provide us with those indicators which we expect. And I mean both qualitative and quantitative indicators. It's also very important for us to perform this monitoring, to perform this evaluation, in order to see which particular impact, and I mean economic impact, environmental impact, and human-centered impact would be carried by the project on those people which were mentioned already, those categories which were mentioned. And we have enough people who were internally displaced. So what do we start with? We start with the business workshop. And 2 business workshops a year mean systematic training and introduction of a support program for women entrepreneurs. We announce a tender among women, and that will be a surprise for you. Maybe it will be a support for you as well, because this particular business workshop will be on the 12th and 14th of March. And on the 5th of February, we are going to announce a tender, and 50% of women are cooperators, but not the heads of co-ops and not board members. I mean exactly cooperators who will be able to strengthen and boost and support these economic indicators which are demonstrated by a co-op, but also to unleash manual labor and for them to hear what they can, that they can write a real and actual business plan and implement those practical skills and needs they directly have for their businesses. But in order to do so, you need to be a registered entrepreneur. Our small circle involve the second part of our members, who will be those female entrepreneurs we work with, but they might have also been skilled and trained by the business network in terms of the basics and fundamentals of cooperation, e-commerce, and this is one of those areas when a person can consider the following co-ops as a priority. And for us, this category of people will be interesting, which will be willing, and I think Valery will describe it in more details after my presentation. Those people who will be willing to create social co-ops in villages, maybe on elderly care, maybe on daycare, maybe kindergartens. I saw kindergartens with heating in villages, but they remain vacant because it's economically disadvantageous for kids to go and visit a kindergarten, but we need to find an option, an alternative. Because this weather also impacts and presents a challenge for their parents. I mean, you would never transport your kid in 20 or 30 kilometers in such a weather. So basically it will be first workshop, and the second will be based on the results of the first one and the results of the entrepreneurship activities. Also, on a monthly basis, we hold our studios, and we are quite unique in Ukraine. We have no organization as such in Ukraine implementing such a project, because our studios are used to invite leading mediators and experts on dialogues, and those people who work on conflicts, I mean conflict managers, to work with our women and implement those studios, those peace culture studios. We have quite a lot of experts, both men and women, certified by the international organization and working with us as volunteers quite often. However, the precondition for our studio is for a woman who is under this program would demonstrate her business and her challenges, her mental health to improve it, and would have support from the business network. This is an approach which would enable transforming an internal conflict, external conflict, and boosting their entrepreneurship activities. It is also important to involve information and consulting streams. We do broadcast quite often. I'm quite boastful about this because in January we had, this year, we had the first stream with 2 directors of the national park. And they were quite clear while talking that what can be done in a national park, what impedes the activities, why? Because there are many IDPs, including women, moving to the Carpathians, moving to those regions with the national parks. And one of the first directions and areas they started developing was the development of herbal teas, dried berries, mushrooms, and sometimes they even destroy this ecological system. Also, the stream was attended by a woman who was displaced from Melitopol in Zaporizhia Oblast. She was a medic, a healthcare worker, chairing almost 10 women IDPs, who established an excursion and sightseeing tour agency working at a national park. For us, it is important to integrate people as such, because you might tell me that a single woman can do nothing, but we do monitor how many IDP women are in our team. And I would kindly ask to raise a single woman from that cooperative who actually was displaced and who actually is able to share information during our break. I would kindly ask to stand up. Nessa. This is very important when we have direct integration, and it's quite essential for us that we will be announcing a resource support program. However, this program or resource support, which enables a woman to master those techniques, technologies which might have been previously not accessible or incomprehensible. That is why we're working for. And at the same time, I would like to boast about another experience of mine. Roxolana Rosolovska, I probably should be wrapping it up already, yeah, 2 minutes. I cannot minimize the title of a project as such. There was this whole family with a man as a veteran of war. They moved to the village of Chesniki, and when Roxolana came to us, to our workshop, with a clear task to move abroad. However, today, after the workshop, she remained, and under our support, she managed to develop an oil-producing business together with her family. She opened a bakery, and she pays 3 times more taxes in a village than the whole village itself. And this is the result of a comprehensive approach which has been used: training, transformational leadership, and all of this is demonstrated by our women during our annual forums. I say I cannot stop. Sophia is trying to stop me. But you see that this program is also operable on national, local means, as well as global events, because we are represented by UN Women and a number of organizations, global organizations working on economic development of women. We have a partnership program, networking program. We have a single standalone memorandum of cooperation. We have clear criteria for that, with whom we sign a memoranda. And the Ukrainian Women Congress was one of the first who signed this memorandum. Right now we are considering a partnership for us for the nearest future. Yesterday I communicated with the gender ambassador of the cabinet of Ukraine, Mrs. Katerina Levchenko. Let us cooperate, she said. You are quite unique, and she sends her greetings to you all. I had also online communication yesterday with the 2 members of the Ukrainian parliament who would be willing to be here today, who is Galina Vasilchenko from the Committee on Taxes, and she is very demanded here today in order to advocate for those interests that our rural women has. This is, of course, Ivana Klimpush-Tesnadze. represented the Committee of European Integration, and I would kindly say that we have a perspective of great training initiatives. We are working on millennium goals, and we also have plans for European integration exporting products represented by our women, for them to export them, but not only export them, but also fill the food basis of our state. Sophia was trying to stop me 3 times already, so we're also having a unique case under our program, or our joint governmental program together with Cooperative, a sort of a risky platform related to social co-ops. Therefore, I would kindly pass the stage to Valery, who would be able to tell us more what kind of laws we will be able to use, and whether our women will be able to establish these co-ops in general. Thank you very much, Yaroslava. My dear colleagues, it is very pleasant to be here in a circle of like-minded people, and I have this opportunity and chance to share my opinions and to share my experience. I would like to say that my acquaintance with the cooperation as such, I mean close acquaintance with it, was initiated by the Canadian government in Ukraine, related to the study of the Canadian and European experience in order to improve the Ukrainian co-op related legislation, specifically related to agriculture. And in 2010 and 2011, I had this great opportunity to analyze and monitor Canadian and European legislation, as well as activities implemented by those co-ops, what they are based on, what is their main goal, what their major objectives are. And that was the time when I saw that both Canadian and European co-ops represented businesses with a human face, because all of them declare, and I mean in addition to financial income, they declare the achievement of specific social goals as one of their priorities. Social entrepreneurships and social entrepreneurs, and I mean co-ops, are one of the indicators of such entrepreneurship. This is about the same business as any other, but at the same time, their major task is not to earn income, but to achieve a specific social goal. And considering Canada or EU member states, the activities implemented by co-ops as such, and I mean it's regulated by specific laws. 11 member states of the European Union have standalone legal acts of the national level. There is no single directive or regulation on the EU level, but the co-op activities are regulated by national laws. Ukraine had several attempts. In 2015, we had a bill registered on social entrepreneurship, but then it was recalled. And in October 2025, we managed to register a draft related to a definition what a social enterprise is, and the major principles used to operate such an enterprise. As for social co-ops, I don't think we have any big barriers in our way at the moment to establish a social co-op, because we have the law on cooperation and on agricultural cooperation. And both laws have separate and multiple articles defining co-ops acting for achievement of specific social goals. Therefore, I think that we have all the opportunities and chances to act in this particular area. Moreover, considering the aim of such social co-ops, which is integration and employment of vulnerable groups of population, and provision of specific social services, manufacturing and production of specific products and services and goods, as well as social inclusion, community development, as well as reduction of social inequality.
During the activities of these co-ops, the financial result is normally not distributed among the members, but instead is reinvested into development, training, creation of jobs involving young people, community support, etc. So I urge you to work together, experiment, and carry on with our work, and in fact enhance it where we can. Thank you very much. This is not an announcement of the program. The thing is, cooperation vary, and cooperative as a legal person allows us to. Have I done something wrong? No. The cooperative legalizes the activity and makes it possible to harmonize it with the requirements of international donors, etc. The reason we're talking about social cooperatives is because we're going to support these. It's going to be small scale, therefore I suggest we could start those as pilot social cooperatives. Well, we have Italian and Italian experience, and that's where social cooperation actually comes from. Particularly in Italy, we saw how social cooperatives work. They uh, they make preserves, hotel business, restaurant business, any area of activity that has a social purpose in order to unite people who do not have access to labor market, or people who render social service, and just help them to do it in a more effectively, more efficiently. So we can consider specific initiatives involving special categories such as young people who are searching for jobs. We're saying that we expect to have many people with disabilities, but the work environment will have to be conducive to them, and then they can make a difference. All we need to do to be successful in this is to join our efforts and relying on experience of our Italian colleagues to be successful. They will be helping us in terms of technologies as well as consulting. So we are going to fund this jointly with our Canadian colleagues. There are, of course, challenges, but the business network of rural women are ready to work with these challenges, and we worked with them already. But we do have this resource for next year, and if we approach this creatively, not using classic model, but in fact innovative approach, developing social cooperatives that can help with housing, because on a daily basis our infrastructure is being ruined, and we understand that these challenges may complicate things for us. However, if we are united, it's easier to rehabilitate. So what we need to do is to enhance our resilience, and in order to be resilient, strong, and be able to survive until the next panels, we will have a special fishbowl activities. And now I'd like to invite you all to take lunch. And we've prepared, our catering team has prepared a lunch for you, and we will be back here in 1 hour. Our panel discussion is dedicated to a fairly emotional logo, which is resilience of Ukrainian cooperatives, strength. Before I invite our panelists, I'd like to say that today we have good examples in our midst of resilience, because those who traveled here, in the cold and snow, it wasn't easy, but I'd like to thank you for coming, and I especially would like to thank those who joined us from the battlefront, the servicemen of Ukrainian Armed Forces, because to them the topic of cooperation is very important. Let's give them a round of applause. And this is sending a very good message that cooperation is not what we should only think about after victory, but we should actually start thinking about this today. Because we need to be ready when the peace arrives finally. And no one is born resilient. It's something you acquire. The same is true for cooperatives. They're not resilient because they're cooperatives. They're resilient because they overcome challenges. They rise to the occasion. And now I'd like to invite to our stage to discuss resilience Irina Kirina, Deputy Head of Department for Agricultural Development from the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. Please take a seat. Now I'd like to invite Fiona. Where's Fiona? Fiona Degit, our partner expert from Corner. She's a researcher. She teaches accounting and in St. Mary's University in Canada. I would like to invite also to the stage Annalisa Valona. She represents Coops Europe Belgium. She will be joining via Zoom link. Mikhail Sokolov, Deputy Head of Ukrainian Agro Council. And also from our cooperatives, we're also inviting and expecting Alexander Supron. Alexander Supron from Dnipropetrovsk region. We will be following our discussion closely. Please collect your thoughts, proposals, because after this discussion we will start general discussion with the audience. Let's start our discussion with Irina Kirina. Your department is very important because the Ministry of Economy and Agriculture now has a mammoth task with lots of priorities. But today, for us, it's important to talk about the role of cooperation in the Euro integration processes and how the ministry will support small farmers, agricultural producers in this process. Do you think, Irina, it is time to discuss Euro integration today? I think so. And the Euro integration process in Ukraine envisages a gradual approach to principles and mechanisms used in the EU. And in this context, support to small farmers and cooperatives in the agricultural sector is a key and priority area for the state policy. But this category happens to be also rather vulnerable when new EU standards are being introduced and when new commitments are taken by Ukraine. Thus, this category requires priority support. You see, successful agricultural production is impossible unless we have strong small producers. Therefore, small farms and cooperatives are a good model. Now, when they unite within cooperatives, it makes them easier to access EU markets. Now, the support to support small farms and cooperatives is not only an economic task for our ministry, but also other ministries as well, because it develops the economy of Ukraine. So we need to turn Ukraine from the raw material exporter into producer of valid added value. Now, government policy to support small farms includes harmonizing Ukrainian legislation to EU standards, which means traceability, environmental standards of new level, safety of food products. Euro integration opens new opportunities for Ukraine, but simultaneously it creates challenges, and the most vulnerable sector is the small agricultural producer. Therefore, financial support to this category of producers is much needed, and the government implements a number of state programs, and our ministry is one of the executing agencies for those projects. It includes rendering support of small farms and we render support this as a budget subsidy per hectare of Arab land for those who owns plots of lands up to 120 hectares. They also receive subsidy to support herds up to 100 cows, and those who have up to 500 sheep or goats. Another program that we are currently implementing is financing small farms up to 1 million hryvnia, and it covers loans for diversification of production, and it covers up to 5-year period. Farmers can purchase also equipment, machinery, in order to improve conditions for cattle breeding. There are other areas covered by this program. There is also a program that supports agricultural producers, giving assistance to those agricultural producers who use meliorated lands and those who grow freshwater fish on the deoccupied territories, and the also areas that saw active hostilities. There's also a component for cattle farming and processing of agricultural produce. There's also compensation of machinery, agricultural machinery made in Ukraine and purchased by small farms. There's also a grant for business development, such as, for instance, creation and launching berry orchards, vineyards, poultry. There's also a 579 program. Up to 150 million hryvnia are available to build capacities for processing agricultural produce. We also, the ministry has a designated area of support to cooperatives. The minister recently said that until recently we were unable to support this segment. Therefore, now we're going to bridge the gap, step up the effort in this area, because cooperation is not just business, but it's a life philosophy in a way, because it's about joint responsibility, it's about trust. This makes agricultural cooperatives resilient and defiant in difficult times. It's a place where small farmers can pool their resources and jointly invest into logistics, processing, and access organized agro markets. And the European experience shows that this happens to be the best path to follow. I thank Sophia for inviting me, and the ministry will continue to do its best to make a difference. Also, what's important to farmers, where's Maxim? There you are. Institutional and consultancy support.
Because any success of any reform, as proved by the European experience, is more or less dependent on farmers' access to knowledge, to training programs. This is also of high importance, especially in our dire times. specifically for young farmers, and in our time it also needs to take into account that there is a need to adjust and adapt and reintegrate the former war veterans who will have to adapt to civil life, maybe through the establishment of their own businesses as cooperatives, especially considering that Mr. Valeri will be coordinating, as far as I understand, the establishment of the social co-ops. This is a very interesting direction of activity. While summarizing, I would like to say that support to small producers and agricultural co-ops is a strategic task for the government to be ensured for better competitiveness of our agrarian sector and successful integration of Ukraine as the state. I do hope that together we'll be able to achieve these goals and turn the challenges of European integration into new opportunities and chances which can be used to achieve our goals. Thank you very much for your attention. And on this occasion, I would also like to thank everybody here present in this room. As moderator already mentioned, those who came to us from remote regions, let's say from Kiev. I would like to thank you all for your resilience, for your robustness, for your work and for your humanity. Thank you very much. And I wish you all health and all the successes you can reach. Thank you very much, Mrs. Zarina. I would also like to make a small remark and emphasize that cooperatives quite often play a pivotal role when notifying their members of possible access to different programs, because it's no secret that there is a level of distrust, a sort of level of distrust towards the government, which is a sort of a tradition of a common Ukrainian. We are used to rely upon ourselves and not to trust to our government and to the state itself. зробити на хвилини 3, а то й 4, тому що пропало все.
Що хлопці не можуть.
А вони ж, це ж не вони беруть, там же ж, як я так розумію, міняються акумулятори. So let us keep up. And I would like to continue this thought that the principle of cooperation is notifying their members becomes leaders for family farms, for households, and for registration with the DAR system. And I know there are these people who assisted their members as managers, as board members, as accountants to register. And this is an important element of this visibility ecosystem for both small producers and co-ops. And under our project, we are going to work so that those co-ops that are yet to register would do so and would become visible. For both the governmental system and other systems involving agricultural territory development partners and cooperation development partners. I would also like to pay your attention, maybe through Mrs. Irina, to our ministry, that unfortunately currently there are co-ops which are relocated from frontline territories on the emergency basis. We had a case like that in autumn. We invited them to join our conference. Unfortunately, they were frank to say that they have no spiritual strength to do so. But we do have resilient co-ops despite the challenges they face, like the frontline movements. So for co-ops as such and their members who have experience in cooperation mastered under our project since 2010, we have a 15 years old co-op which ceased to exist due to relocation, and family farms appeared in different regions of Ukraine, turned out in different regions of Ukraine, and we need to find out how we can support people as such, how to relaunch their business activity. And I mean both co-ops and their members. This is what we're going to work on and advocate. I'm delighted to pass the stage to Fiona. Fiona is a researcher, is a scientist, is a teacher working on resilience of co-ops globally. And for us it is important to understand that the co-op model is resilient, not only because we see with this case in Ukraine, but also it is a resilient model and sustainable model, even in terms of scientific basis. And why? Because why co-ops are resilient, what scientific evidence we have, Fiona is going to tell us. Please, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's okay if I stand? The big one. Okay. I'm just going to go over here. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much. We've been hearing a lot about some keywords, and I'm going to try to sort of pull those together a little bit in the next 7 minutes. We've been hearing a lot about enabling environment. We've been hearing about the ecosystem. We've been hearing about co-ops. We've been hearing about resilience. And so I'm going to pull this together. I'm also going to ask you to take yourselves out of this moment here and take ourselves back a couple of years to a different time when we were dealing with a different kind of crisis, and this is the COVID-19 pandemic. During this time, in 2021, I engaged in a study with other colleagues in Canada to look at how co-ops are managing through the COVID pandemic. And we were using this language of resilience. And so we asked these kinds of questions that you can see here. How has it affected co-ops and the co-op sector? How have they adapted or responded in this time of crisis in terms of the COVID pandemic? And is that co-op difference shining in this time? It was about a 3-year project in total. And we did surveys, we did interviews, we did interviews and literature reviews, as well as a media analysis. So what I'm going to present today is a very small little snapshot that really relates to this here in time, I think. So it's just a small couple of findings. One of our key findings is the difference between these two words. I've heard it a number of times today, and so just helping us to think about what do we mean by resilience, and what do we mean by robustness. And so through our literature review, we came up with these great definitions. So robustness is the ability to maintain functions despite disruptions. And certainly our examples here today of the co-ops who are working through tremendous disruptions is an example of what robustness can look like. Resilience, it's just a little low here, but resilience is the ability to come out of a crisis stronger than before, and that ability to respond to the adverse events sort of before, during, and after. And so what we're seeing here in this time is co-ops building that resilience. And I'm going to just show some of the ways that we found in our study on the Canadian cooperative sector during the pandemic that co-ops were doing this. One of the big ways that we saw is the tremendous strength that a strong co-op ecosystem brings to this idea of robustness and resilience. And how we understand the cooperative ecosystem, which many of you are very familiar with, but I'm just putting up here for reminders. We can think of this as different kinds of organizations and different actors. So this could be government, this could be the financial sectors, this could be the civil society or other kinds of organizations, as well as the cooperative sector. So different actors that are being and delivering as a part of a network with a rippling impact. And so these different categories here are important parts of that cooperative ecosystem. So the financing and funding, we've heard a lot about that today already. We've heard about different kinds and thinking about policy and the legislation that is enabling for cooperatives to not only start, but also thrive and grow. We can think about education, and that is like a big terminology, but we can think about training, we can think about information, awareness building, and that is a huge part of the cooperative ecosystem. We can think about the importance of those champions, either internal to these organizations or different external promoters. We can think about, down at the bottom here, is organizational promoters and supporters. So those organizations and the roles that they play in terms of supporting the cooperative ecosystem. And then finally, that cooperative culture, which is really built on the principles and values of co-ops. I'm a researcher. There's always got to be a graph or a figure. But one of the things that I really want folks to take away, I've just got two, but one of the big takeaways I want folks to see in this is that this word "for," so sources of support for co-ops during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so these are different kinds of supports within the wider cooperative ecosystem that were given to co-ops. And so you can see here that members play a really important part in this. We can see that employees play an important part. And then importantly here, where I've got the stars, is part of that wider cooperative ecosystem around those federations, the associations, the industry organizations, as well as other co-ops in the wider sector. and how important those different actors, organizations, co-ops play in terms of supporting co-ops during the COVID-19. This is a second slide here, and again, I'll just highlight that these are the different types of supports offered by co-ops during the COVID-19. And so in a time when co-ops were also working their way through trying to keep their businesses going, they were also offering these different kinds of supports to different stakeholders. So you can see here that donations was a huge part. You can see that in different kinds of in-kind products and services. So even in a time when co-ops were really struggling to make ends meet, they were making donations in their community. They were making donations of products and services as well. Different types of staff time from their co-ops, other kinds of funds, and also technical assistance. So in a time, co-ops played these two kind of roles, right? Where they were receiving different kinds of support as well as giving different kinds of support in this time of COVID. This is a complicated slide, but the most important parts about this, in sort of this framework around thinking about resilience in co-ops, is this middle bit here, where we see the importance of the cooperative ecosystem when we're thinking about building robustness, so that ability to respond, as well as resilience when we're thinking about not just responding, but also acting and changing and adapting in order to be able to continue despite or in addition to the event or the crisis that is happening. And that ecosystem is such an important part in order to be able to do that. This is my last slide. And I just wanted to land some key points for us all here when we think about resilience in co-ops. So first of all, that difference between robustness and resilience, and how we can continue to embrace both of these very important elements of what co-ops can be, and how do we support them to be. Also, I wanted to just say that I think that co-ops are robust because of their very nature. I think that they are robust because of those cooperative principles that we're familiar with, as well as those values. And because we have those built in as a part of the DNA of cooperatives, that makes co-ops be more robust than other kinds of organizational structures. In terms of resilience, I think that like this study, now that we're more or less over the pandemic in Canada, it would be interesting to now take this study and take a look at it again and see where co-ops have landed and what kinds of changes that they have made in order to adapt to that crisis. I also want to flag and highlight that resilience is an ongoing process. It's not a one and done kind of thing, right? That it is about anticipation, it's about coping, and it's about adaptation as well. And then importantly, just to further ground that cooperative ecosystem piece again, was just how important it is for the robustness and resilience of co-ops. And so not only do all those 6 different factors play in as important roles, but they are not only supported by, but they are also supported. So individual co-ops play an important role in not just the resilience of themselves, but also the resilience of this wider co-op movement. It's a two-way street, which I think is really, again, different than other kinds of organizational structures. This is a very special part of our co-op movement. That we can see that the building of a cooperative economy is also an important part and plays an important role in terms of that wider ecosystem. So strong connections with other co-ops, time and time again, help to build that robustness and that resilience. So that's that C2C, co-op to co-op kinds of interactions that we've already been talking about here today, as well as that federated nature, the important roles that belonging to other organizations that are cooperatively organized or built to support co-ops is an important part of the cooperative movement. And then finally, that those co-op members, they are at, literally, the word here, grassroots, is important. That members, not only do they buoy up their co-ops, especially in times of crisis, but also that they are also supported through their cooperative membership. These two-way streets are happening all the time within the cooperative sector, and this is what helps us to build out that robustness and the resilience of cooperatives. And so that strong cooperative ecosystem of which co-ops, individual co-ops, and all those other different kinds of actors play such an important role. This is what we found when we did our study in Canada about during COVID, and I'm deeply looking forward to being involved in the Honor Project to start to dive into this deeper here in the Ukrainian sector. Thank you so much.
Дякуємо, Фіона. Дякуємо, що поділилися з нами.
Thank you, Fiona, for sharing your results. And even though these cooperatives in Canada, we still have many common things and links between Canadian and Ukrainian co-ops. Now, let's recollect 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, because then, after long debates, the law of Ukraine on agricultural cooperation was passed into law, and it created a powerful impetus in developing Ukrainian co-ops based on international standards. Mikhailo Sokolov is an expert who was involved in the process of elaborating this bill, which was then voted into law. And the main idea back then was that co-op cannot be profitable. It should be a non-for-profit organization. Now, what do we see today? How co-ops are perceived today? Are there any changes? Can co-ops be profitable? And what's that got to do with resilience? Thank you for inviting me. Thanks for recollecting how much, or rather how difficult it was back then. But I think it took us about 5 years to show and prove that our legislation with respect to co-ops can be called international level legislation, and in legislation that create enabling environment for co-ops to prosper and develop. Now, regarding how perception has changed, I don't think we can call the results 100% positive, because if you look at France, Canada, other countries, in many of these countries, the percentage of agricultural products sold through co-ops is over 50%. Now, what is this percentage here? in Ukraine. It's a fraction. It could be a 1%, 1.5%. So we don't actually know for sure. But what we do know is that it's very, very little. Now, can we say that there is a concerted public opinion? No, because co-ops don't exist compared to, Canada or France. Therefore, there is no opinion about this. However, a co-op that was formed in VAR and more other successful co-ops, they're all earning money. They're all for-profit enterprises, and I believe that this is the right way. People will not be doing something permanently, steadfastly, in a systemic way, unless they can earn something from this. Co-ops are businesses. It's about business. But our legislation is not finalized because it doesn't offer something very important, something that is present in other countries, and that is patronage dividends or something similar. Because the classic dividends is what they have in the US, where they have this written at the tax code, which says that money earned as profit within co-op and is distributed proportionate to their turnover, they pay corporate tax, and they are free of tax. But there are some other countries where they do pay something, but very little. Now, if someone who received money at a tax break, if that person is taxed, it is taxed at discount, which basically means it's very similar to what the system they have in the US. But if we look at the diagrams, let's say 100,000 hectares owned by the fourth group, and the other is distributed among 1,000 owners, and then you calculate how much taxes they will pay. The first from the fourth group can export, and he will only pay what is due for the fourth group. But what about the others? They will have to pay, in addition, profit tax plus the fourth group NPZ. Now, that puts cooperatives in an unequal footing with those who own large banks of land. So the question is, how come co-ops or cooperative movement hasn't grown enough to compete with large landowners? And you see, it's a rhetorical question, but in my opinion, it's a key question. And unless we solve this key problem, unless we know how we can earn together, we won't have serious results. And it's not only because I believe that the small farmer is the future of Ukraine. Small farmer is a problem for EU, and they spend money due to social reasons, etc. It's not about business. It's not about making EU stronger, but because we have these small farmers and we have to help them grow. We have to help them become larger. And it doesn't always mean more land, because 50 hectares of greenhouses, it's basically a large farmer. If you measure it by turnover, because no matter what they do in the EU and the US, technical progress goes on. You have to use this. Therefore, we have to create enabling environment where our small farmers can become big farmers and earn big money. Because if we want to create a model where a person uses only 4 hectares, then we should say that they won't earn much, because you can't earn much only using 4 hectares. It's just not realistic, because life is expensive. Now, back when we were developing this legislation, back then we knew that patronage dividends would be a stumbling block, and indeed it happened so. So let's try to build more muscle. Let's grow our ranks so that there are more of us, because when we are united together, we will be able to put enough pressure on the government and the parliament to create a next advantage for us, because if we use it, then co-ops become a tool that helps small ones bigger, richer, stronger, and respectively advance the agricultural sector forward. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words and proposals. We understand what you mean, because there are co-ops representatives here who are all profitable. They use streamlined system of taxation. Some of them pay VAT tax, some don't. It depends on the model that you choose in various sectors, and the law is flexible enough to allow this choice. And actually, government of Canada supported this work, and the law is now in force. But indeed, patronage dividends remains open issue. We're not trying to survive just relying on government subsidies. We want to become strong enough to take care of ourselves and invest the dividends or reinvest into business development or your own co-op, because it's an important element of our resilience efforts. Thank you, Mikhailo. Please do come back and join us later. Today we talked about government support and systemic approach to resilience building. We talked about legal support needed for many decisions made by co-op. Now I'd like to pass on to Annalisa, because it's about links between cooperatives. It's about enhancing cooperation for Euro integration processes. Let me introduce you to Annalisa. She represents a very important partner organization. It's called Coop Europe. They are headquartered in Belgium. Annalisa is the coordinator for international development. She's in charge of communications and links with co-ops, both in Europe and in Ukraine as well. She has experience of working in the European Parliament. So everything we hear today is an important information because it shows us how Ukraine could integrate into co-op system of Europe. Annalisa, over to you.
Lisa, and thanks for the nice introduction. I'm very happy to be here and glad that we could solve the technical issue. I hope you're well and safe, and congrats for pulling this off despite the circumstances. It's been interesting. Thank you for having me today. So I act and represent Cooperatives Europe, which is the European network of cooperatives. We are based in Brussels, so that's where I'm speaking from. And today I'll try to share some, let's say, an overview of who we are and what we do, and to what extent our work crosses and influences cooperative development in Ukraine, how our organization is fully committed to strengthening the cooperative infrastructure in Ukraine, and what we have been doing or are planning to do in the next years, starting from now. If you can go forward to the slides. Thank you. So yeah, you can move forward. Thanks. So just to give you a snap of who we are and what we represent, we have 71 members from 32 European countries across all business sectors. We represent 7 sectors specifically, so agriculture, housing, energy, pharmacy, consumers, and also worker cooperatives. We have 3 main pillars of actions, which are advocacy, communication, and cooperation. And the 3 of them are underpinned by a keyword which resonated a lot already today from the conference, and which I will keep wishing for, which is partnerships. So what we try to do is to advocate for a level playing field where cooperatives are recognized as independent business actors with a lot of contribution to the national but also European economies. It's very important to underline that we do not only work with the European Union, so the countries belonging to the Union, but also with the countries satellite to the Union, and in line with the, let's say, with the integration process ongoing, which is why also we're based in Brussels. So it's a kind of our, let's say, competitive advantage, of cooperative advantage, to be very close to the institutions. How do we do it? We have a team that divides between projects and advocacy. So we develop a lot of position papers and try to increase awareness of the cooperative business model and how we can fit across the numerous European Union policies. But we also do it through projects. So we partner with like-minded partners, not only within the cooperative ecosystem, but also beyond. And that's where my role comes into play. So I'm currently managing a project that focuses on cooperative development worldwide, and specifically in connecting cooperatives in Europe with the cooperatives in the rest of the world. So next slide, please. This is just to give you an idea in numbers of who we represent. So it's around 250,000 cooperatives across Europe that employ more than 5 million workers and represent more than 163,000 members. Next, please. So this is just the ecosystem to show it to you again, to kind of position us within the global policy and action ecosystem. As I said, we're based in Brussels, where also the International Cooperative Alliance is based. So as Cooperatives Europe, we are both the regional office of the Cooperative Alliance, but we're also a self-standing organization. So that's, let's say, a characteristic and niche that we have is that compared to the other regional offices of the ICA, we have our own legal status as a civil society organization here in Belgium, which allows us to apply for independent projects and also to partner with independent organizations, let's say independently of what we do as pillar, as office of the ICA. Our members are very different. So as I mentioned, we have European sectors like agri and housing and energy. So these are organizations that act on a European level and have themselves other national members. But we also have what we call national apex organizations. So this refers to national federations. So Gabriele, whom you listened earlier in the previous panels, is a dear colleague of mine, and we collaborate a lot in the context of international cooperative development and relationship between Europe and Italy. Next slide, please. So that's why am I here today, and why this I hope this presentation will be relevant to today's discussion, but also future collaboration with, of course, Cooperative Academy and Socodevi in the first place, but also any other partner and panel present in the room, is the COPS for Dev project, which I now I managed for the past 2 years. As I said, the goal is to really strengthen the cooperative networks worldwide, but specifically also demonstrating how cooperatives contribute to global policies and global agendas, most notably the UN and the SDGs. We are putting a stronger focus as European region to the satellite countries and the candidate countries, which is why Ukraine is particularly relevant in our work and in our action plan. And the sort of actions that we promote are of different nature. So we promote peer-to-peer learning opportunities between our members and other cooperatives in other countries. We try to come up with insightful campaigns that can also be used then by our members to bid for a better recognition of the cooperative difference, but also the cooperative identity. But we also conduct a lot of research with research partners, but also universities, and we try to increase awareness among the students studying businesses and social economy. What we noticed in the past 2 years, based on the first activities that we promoted, is that we want to be, we are hopeful of a new wave of cooperativism, especially in the enlargement area, which kind of challenge and put forward a positive narrative of the good sides and the advantages, the community advantages of cooperative development, which detach a bit of the historical development path where countries like Ukraine have lived, and where at some point cooperativism was mandatory and not voluntary. And as you know, one of our key principles is that it should always be a bottom-up approach, and to echo also the previous speaker, it has to be a grassroots process. So next slide, please. So this is the heart of what I want to present to you today, is how do we work and how do we match, we do matchmaking among cooperatives, but also how do we really break, in a way, the cooperative wall? Because what matters at the end of the day is that we we tell the cooperative story to a non-cooperative audience and try to understand to what extent we can be competitive, but also complementary to other actors working towards the same goals of community and local development. So a first example, for example, is the partnerships that we started discussing with the Program for Forest Certification, PFC, to try to understand what they've been doing for smallholder agriculture producers and farmers. And this is especially relevant because we are more and more in a market setting where Recognition, certification, and sustainability are at the forefront. But as we know, this always comes with a lot of certification burdens and administrative issues, which is why organizations like PFC have been testing these community-based or group labels of sustainability, which can be applied through, following the cooperative principles of pulling together resources, and so save up on a key element like certification is that can increase access to national and international markets. But what we also do is to promote coalition building. This is done for different reasons, from access to funding to, again, certification, but also influencing and changing legal frameworks. And an example that I put here is on the energy sector. So RESCOP is our energy, European sectoral energy member. And they have been supporting ZES, which is a Croatian cooperative, focused energy cooperative, on, let's say, pooling more funds and also have them influence changing the regulatory mechanism. And it's something that's been going on. And Croatia has been also reopening now discussion on cooperatives also when it comes to housing, for example. Finally, it comes to what we have been promoting as network overall. And you can see the pictures to the right. So one is a workshop report where that summarizes the key findings, challenges, but also recommendations out of the discussion that we hosted together with Socodevi, Lega Coop, and Cooperative Academy in Rome in July 2025 as an official side event to the Ukraine Reconstruction Conference. What we did was to mobilize funds and times and resources to put ink on paper on the great conclusions, but also reflections that came out of that report. And why we did it was not only, of course, for crystallizing the next steps and making ink on paper, but also because we noticed that we were lacking resources and information on the Ukraine cooperative movement and on the importance of solidarity mechanisms within this context. And we hosted a specific panel on European integration that I echoed today. And this is a report that we already shared with the European Commission, but also some members of the European Parliament who have been acting on Ukraine to best leverage the importance of a growing cooperative movement, which Cooperative Academy has been playing a key role on. And secondly, and most recently, we kick-started a dialogue series on the role of cooperatives in crisis, and specifically on reconstruction and recovery, to gather additional intelligence on the cooperative way and in providing resilience among crises. COVID-19 was also mentioned by the Canadian colleagues, and it's something that we also advocated as Cooperatives Europe, but also the ongoing war in Ukraine and the many environmental crises. So what we're trying to do now is to gather partners and then make a stronger call to the European Commission in a physical event around April later this year. So these are just examples. I cannot develop a bit more, but you can have access to the report and recording of the event. And I thank again Sofia for taking an amazing role and sharing the resilience of the Ukraine cooperative movement in the past years. Next slide, please. So this is to look forward, and also other interventions that we made to try to be vocal as much as possible from the Ukraine cooperative side. So we are members as Cooperatives Europe to the EU Ukraine Civil Society platform. This is a platform that is hosted by the European Economic Social Committee, which is the European Union institution representing civil society. But also it has a tripartite functions, also representing employers and let's say third actor experts more broadly. This platform was created 10 years ago in the wake of the 2014 events, and it's still going and still is a strong voice of the cooperative movement. What we did most recently was to insert the recognition of cooperatives and their contribution to the economic and agri-food development in the sector and as accelerators of the EU integration. I hope your graphics is better than mine, but I extracted the paragraph of the full declaration, which was adopted on 11 December 2025 and which will have follow-up also at policy level in light now of the European Commission new talks on funding for the Ukraine facility in the next 2 years. What we're planning to do now, so that's where we stand, is this orange block. So we are, as we speak, my colleague is now in another event to launch this initiative or legal framework analysis. This is a comparative initiative that we're doing at global level, so with all offices of the International Cooperative Alliance, and it's aimed at analyzing the extent of what we call cooperative friendliness of the different legal frameworks and try to bid for better recognition across sectors, but in like premise of the cooperative identity. So that's something that we plan to do in Ukraine, and I'm aware that Sophia and the Cooperative Academy team has been already conducting a first legal mapping. So just to make an open call that we are ready to support this process and work together for that. But we're also planning to do, and this is going to happen towards the second semester of this year, is to map the Ukraine cooperative contribution to the SDGs, because it's a massive movement and it has to be recognized. And we also plan to do it with 3 other pilot countries. It's a full new process, so we are learning by doing. But Ukraine will be one of the countries being under analysis. And finally, we'll be committed to keep participating in these platforms to create new dialogues and moments for that can unite our partners with other cooperative members based on the needs that arise. And through COPS for Dev, we have opportunity to match and increase this solidarity. So I will stop here. I hope it was interesting and clear to everyone. And thank you so much for making me part of this process. And Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дякуємо, Анна Ліса. Дякуємо за цю презентацію.
Thank you for this presentation and for your involvement of the Ukrainian co-op movement and recognition on the Co-op Europe level as well as globally by involving our partners. In particular, Annalisa also mentioned that in summer 2025, during the Rome conference, EuroC 2025, there was organized, I think, quite a prominent event, side event, about the role of cooperatives in Ukraine's recovery. And one of the partners was Cooperative, supported by Global Affairs Canada and Cooperative Academy, Liga Coop, and Co-op Europe. And this event not only involved the theoretics of the co-op movement, but also actually active cooperators, and Sagan Co-op was also represented on this event. And Alexander Suprun, the CEO of this co-op, is here with us, and I had the following question to him. After having listened to all the 2 days presentations, this is the 3rd panel already, we've discussed a lot of things. What do you think about your Sagan Co-op? Have you managed to achieve the goal to become resilient and become better than it was before the crisis? Let me put this way. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Glory to Ukraine. I'm glad to see you all here. A lot of cooperatives here today, and the more and more of them in common with the shower meeting. We had productive discussions with every one of you and was inspired by you. I would like to mention a brief story who we are and what we're doing. We're a small farmer up to 100 hectares. I'd like to tell about our experience. The cooperation really assisted us to create something, to build something, some new services to provide. And since as early as 2018, and I also forgot to mention the major moment of cooperation, which is the assets. And our assets, and I mean our farms, gathered in 2018, and under the support of the Business Network and Coop Academy, we managed to meet together and create. Well, we had a need to do a lab set. We had a field with nothing growing on it, and while cooperating, what was the first thing we did was the weighting scale complex. We also did joint procurements of chemical agents, of detergents. We tried to raise our prices together in order to earn more. We also had the planning what to do next, and then the war broke out. We had our ports blocked, and we faced a set of new exporting problems. We were quite shocked. Back then, we never thought about even developing even further. We had no idea what to do. And that's why we had the plan together with the Prosper program as a Canadian government to use our scaling center to establish a grains lab certified by ISO 10012, and now we provide services with analysis of all possible crops for our whole region. We are from Dnipropetrovsk Oblast as well as neighboring regions. We have a lot of different country agents, a lot of different people using services provided by our lab. And our next project, well, we thought it big. We decided to build a flour milling complex, flour milling unit. While cooperating with the project, we also had pretty much nothing when we started, and we built a full-fledged production site from the scratch, a full-fledged production site for flour. And now, during the war, despite all the challenges and blackouts and rocket shelling and so on, we managed to launch our milling unit, our milling facility. We found customers for our products, and we're not exporting our wheat through the ports and our grains through the ports. We process it into flour, and that's how we found a solution, basically. Now we have 18 farming households. Each farming household has their own founders, like families. We have quite a big company. You can see that on the photo. So I'd like to tell you an example, tell you a story that I'm a small farmer, and people like me are not that big. They're about the same. We have the same mind still, but you still can make some real projects, some real sites, some real production facilities, which would have been impossible alone. So yeah, you can see this, you can watch this. We're ready to share our experience. We are ready to tell you all the possible and impossible moments of this work. Yeah, we had some barriers in our way. Maybe we would like our ministry be more acceptable in terms of our cooperation, but this is probably also due to the lack of understanding, because farmers are not very fluent with taxation, different kind of taxes, different kind of applications and forms. I think without those problems, cooperation would thrive even better. So let us cooperate and let us create our common agrarian successful story together. I have the following question to you. Do you think your co-op is resilient at the moment, at this particular day? Yeah, I think it is, because we've passed quite a story since as early as 2018. Yeah, it might be short while comparing to our Canadian colleagues or French cooperatives with tens of decades behind, but we're starting from something. We are working during the war, and during all these cataclysms and challenges on our way, we keep developing, we keep building and constructing, and people keep following us without even understanding how we could rise up from the ashes, literally, while creating new employments for our communities. And now also cooperating with the business network to build a solar power station to raise our energy efficiency, which we just mentioned. So yeah, we have a lot of problems, a lot of issues, a lot of consequences, especially for the elderly people.
They find it quite difficult because their mindset is a little um, kind of lagging behind. So it wasn't easy to convince them that co-ops are the future. And okay, thank you. I'd like to say that Saksahan Co-op is very open co-op. They are always searching, they're studying, they're learning, and they're raising awareness of their colleagues in the region. And that's what resilience is about. It's about sharing, cross-fertilizing, and sharing their know-how with their colleagues, their partners, and helping others along the way. In private businesses, that's not always the case, of course, but in co-ops, when they work within the same sector, they never seem to use the word competition. I think it's an important element to build and further the ecosystem. I'd like to thank all the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. I'd like to pass the mic over to you now, to our room, because it's not only important to hear each other, because not all co-ops are the same, of course. Each co-op has its own vision, plans, understanding. So now we're starting an open mic session. And before I invite you to share your thoughts, experiences, and proposals, I'd like to say that we are joined online from many co-ops, and they appreciate the fact that we are broadcasting. They criticize us about talking about co-ops generally and very little about small producers. For example, people are complaining that very little help is given to small co-ops up to 5 hectares of land. They're also saying that it's worth fostering development of co-ops where the land is not Arab. For instance, there are ravines and valleys where agricultural machinery cannot be used. So let's try and take into account these requests. We cannot give the floor to people joining us online, but we do thank you for your participation. Okay, now let's do this. Those who want to say something or make a statement, if you want to be seen online, because our video cameras are set up, basically trained on the stage, please come up here. This way all Zoom watchers can see you. Anyone who wants to start? Yule, you want to start? Okay. I'm Yule Elena. I'm from a rural area network. I think it's a good start. I like that the expectations are quite positive, And within the next 7 years, lots of work will be done. We have experts. The government will help. However, it's a lot of work, and someone needs to do it. And don't expect someone else's work to be done by someone else. It won't be done. We have to roll up our sleeves and do our work as partners, but also a lot is expected from small farmers, large farmers, and this project is not a magic wand. It won't change the economy by billions of dollars and give all the small farmers pots with money. This won't happen. That's why I urge you to concerted effort. Thank you, Yulia. In honor project, we have some components where we support small farms, development of women free enterprise, but we also have a research component with international focus, and we have a focus also on advocacy and lobbying interests of co-ops. That's why, when I invite you to speak, it's not just, filling a gap in our program. It's an opportunity to take notes, plan what can we ask the parliament, the government to do for us, or what is the best course of action in the near time, in the near future. Please introduce yourself. Hello, I am Ludmila Sinchuk. I am co-op member, Svidosvoho it's called. We are a ladies cooperative. We're processing beekeeping business. I have a comment regarding the law on co-ops, because our co-op has a specific problem with this particular law. The problem is that a co-op is a group of people who join forces to attain a certain goal, make a profit, etc. Under the law, we can be profitable, but from the moment of registration, there are no founders. There are only all cooperative members, and each has one vote. Now, at some point, we had to be polled with Privat Bank so that our account was extended. They asked us, give us information about beneficiary owner, but co-ops don't have that. But we as co-ops are still on the list of those who are supposed to submit information. They said you are a for-profit organization, so you have to submit that. So this is a loophole in the legislation. We don't have to pay for this, exclude people from beneficiary owners. So it's just too much work in the co-op, especially if it's a small co-op. There could be some changes in the life of co-op. You need a lot of resources, time. We can't afford this. Next, charter capital. We as a co-op had a problem. One of the members made an extra contribution as housing. But the registrars were unable to do that. They didn't know how to do it. There was a diversity of opinion. They couldn't agree. Should he be introduced as a member or not? The point I'm trying to make is that we have the law, but it's imperfect. It often clashes with other enabling legislation. So I think the law needs to be fine-tuned, improved, so that we don't have to go through the re-registration process again. You're supposed to do it once, and it should last. We couldn't do it with Privat Bank. The second rejected us. Only the third bank actually opened an account for us. It's a waste of time and energy. And I don't think that's the only problem with this law. I'm sure there are others. So I'm suggesting the law should be revisited, improved, and these shortcomings should be dealt with. Thank you for hearing me out. I think Valeria has a comment. Thank you, Tatiana. Indeed. Excuse me, Ludmila. You are right, because there is this problem, and here the difficulty is not so much with the law, because the articles of the law, all the lines, are actually correct. But the problem is that at the level of registration, people who do the registration or people who work in the banks, they simply don't understand the nature of co-op philosophy. Ministry of Justice don't do any work with registrars. They never provided any explanations to them. It's been 2 years and the Ministry of Justice hasn't come up with a single explanation. Mikhailo Sokolov talked about patronage dividends. But a lot was done before and immediately after the passage of the law, and changes to the tax code to introduce patronage dividends, how they're to be taxed, etc. So far, this has not been done. Now, the next issue is what Ludmila was talking about. The end beneficiary owners is confusing. It's a misnomer. One colleague from Co-op approached a credit union, and they said, look, there's a problem with your account because you have 3 founders and we don't quite understand who your end beneficiary owner is. You claim that you don't have any. So comprehensive work is needed. And from the business network of village women, we approached the Ministry of Justice. We sent an official query asking them to explain everything. So far, no response. Either they don't know how to respond to our query, or they're just ignoring our request. Well, we're going to wait for a little longer, and then we will resubmit our query. We often invite to our conferences representatives of the Ministry of Justice. They are not very much enthusiastic about joining our conferences. And there are actually issues that we could raise with them. And Ludmila is not the only one suffering from this discrepancy in the law. There are others as well, and no decision has been found yet. They just deal with it individually, and in each individual case they seem to use a different solution. Finally, we have an anarchy with a re-registration of co-ops in line with the new law, because some co-ops have re-registered while others continue to exist in the format that they lived in before the law was passed. What's going to happen to them? What is their destiny? We don't know yet. So there are a lot of legal gaps yet, and we're going to work on those. Thank you. Well, that's exactly what Julia said. Don't just, sit and relax. There's work to be done. On a project, sees that situations are very different and may vary depending on the region of Ukraine. It depends on the local authorities, communities, and we have both negative and positive experiences and observations. In Lviv region, for example, it's a good example of how co-ops happen to be a priority in agricultural development of the region, and the co-ops in Lviv region seem, rather feel, that they are valued, supported, helped. They are not ignored. We're hoping to disseminate this experience throughout Ukraine. So we're going to work with local governments to roll out this experience from Lviv and try to arrive at a synergistic effect. Because if there is misunderstanding with local authorities and co-ops are not supported at the local level, that is hardly constructive, and I think we should learn from our positive experiences in other regions. Okay, any other questions or queries? Tatiana, please take the floor. Then Yaroslava. I am head of the farm, member of Zernovy Cooperative, Dnipropetrovsk region, Vasilkiv Rayon. I have a request to government ministries. They only seem to talk about small and large farmers only on the eve of elections. Well, logistics is the foundation of every business. So my request is, please build new roads in Dnipropetrovsk region. It's the blood system of agriculture. That's the first request. And also staff. Before the war, it was a bit challenging. Now it got worse because many people, many young men get mobilized and do service in the armed forces of Ukraine because of the war. But our request is to give us an opportunity to keep some of the young men in the region so they can become part of our movement.
Yes, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast has quite a difficult situation, not only about logistics, so we do keep control and do keep our feel of our cooperatives. But for cooperatives, it's also important to remember about employment. And we're talking about the draft prevention, and these are not hundreds or thousands of employees in Ukrainian co-ops. If they have one or two employees, this is already quite successful co-op. They mean they have assets to pay these wages. The most of co-ops have no employees at all, except for maybe accountants, and if they are lucky, a manager. And the question or the issue, when they keep developing their capacity, they keep having new warehouses, some processing facilities and mechanisms and equipment they need to work with, they need to have an employee. So this matter is of high importance and relevance, and we keep consulting our co-ops when needed, or how to do some specific organizational activities, how to do it, but still the rejection of draft or the expulsion from draft is very relevant for co-ops. I'm not sure this is about the Ministry of Economy, probably the Ministry of Defense, but this is still, I think it will be even more relevant in the following months. I think Oleg and Yaroslava were next. Who wants to be the first? Mrs. Yaroslava is about to join us, I think. Dear colleagues, dear audience, the Honor Project has chosen mentorship as one of the direction of its activities, and we are quite aware of the fact what a mentor is, and from the classical point of view, so to say. We're going to start this classical program since the next year, 2027, but this year our mentorship and our mentors will be partly covering a study tours, 2 or 3 study tours, arranged to visit co-ops and involve women in co-op activities. And I have a question to Luba Klubok. Luba, can you please join me here, or at least raise your hand? This is a very important question. I would like to address those co-ops which are available here today, who joined us. There is a time when sometimes we overload them, and overload you by study tours. Those can be people who asked us about it. Those can be during our training process, and there is also, well, any Ukrainian man or woman has a sort of a stale principle. Unless I see something, unless I smell something, unless I taste something, I will not believe it anyway. And my experience proves that this cannot be so. So, how do you think? Do you think that co-ops need to share and not to close their borders and like hide their processes? How open a co-op can be, and how ready and willing you are. I don't remember how many years you're in business, since 2011. Since 2011, have you ever counted how many study tours you accepted? There were tons of them. The whole of Ukraine visited our Pokrova co-op. So the question is, how do you think whether co-ops have to share their experience, and how open should they be to share their experience? Because sometimes when I make a call to Pokrova co-op, I'm afraid that they will just send me away. Because you know what? And some other rash words as well. Well, you see, I'd like to say that we are established as a co-op thanks to the Government of Canada, and thanks to the Canadian support and taxes paid by Canadian taxpayers, for which we're eternally grateful. We share our experience, we trained, we grew, we developed, and we also accepted every and all the oblasts of Ukraine, regardless of the program, regardless of the project, be it ours or a side one or a third party or any program. We accepted them all. We were delighted to share our experience. We assisted and helped. That was usually free of charge. We welcomed them with cottage cheese. We spent our time. Sometimes we trained them. We shared them even with a copy of our charter. And then it turned out that our training was used for business purposes by creating a number of family farms, then co-ops, then processing facilities and so on. And then I read some messages on the web that you need to pay 700 hryvnias to visit this or that co-op. But this is just the way we work. I never have any regrets. Let them develop and let them train. I also heard about the development of the cooperation movement and assistance for the farmers. Well, yes, our government decided not to pay attention to small farms at all. Even if a farmer has 5 agreements or contracts, supply contracts of dairy products through Prozoro network, for the village council, for boarding schools, for kindergartens, they still have no right. They are not entitled to book their employees from the army. That might be even a single employee if it's a family farm, but that's how it goes. We had even worse time. I think we'll survive through this as well. I also would like to ask, well, we heard a lot of moaning about the lack of money for the farmers, but when we hear about Gate and other corruption scandals, of course that farmer would not think anything new. We need to use our own power, we'll use our own efforts to approach Canada, approach the UK, and ask for assistance there. And it's quite painful for us because we have fruitful lands, waters, HR, and working people. But if people at the top are a little bit underworking, like 80% underworking, that's why we have what we have. It's just an acute thing for me. I won't be even mentioning how in 2019 our co-op was set to pay VAT without even noticing us, and then just notified us in 2 months. A lot of calls because nobody informed us that we have been moved to VAT payments. That should not have happened as thought, but we have what we have. I do think we are on the right way, on the right track, due to projects as such, due to Canadian government, due to the UK, US, and their support. Ukraine will stand tall, Ukraine will win, and we will be moving forward and develop Ukrainian villages. And I think that prospectively it will be better to live not in the city without power and light and gas, but in the village with logs, with a generator and everything else, with cows and milks and all the rest. Thank you very much, Mrs. Luba, but let us not have any dreams about cities without gas, light and power. Let us dream that we have it both, so to say, but create more perspectives to live in a village. Let us just focus on village without depriving cities of power or light, please. Thank you for your frank talk. Oleg, maybe you will join me. And then we'll be probably wrapping it up, unless there are any other comments. Oh yeah, that we have another one. The question is of high importance related to dairy products and dairy manufacturing. A lot of dairy producers now wrap up their activities and go out of business because the price for milk since November has been decreased by 50 or 70%, and I mean kopikas, and now this price and value is minimum possible. They cannot even compensate for the production cycle, and this is all because we started importing dairy products from abroad. And we never think that farmers, it is easier for farmers to produce there. Yes, they have donations there, they have advantages there, and now our producers and manufacturers who are yet to approach you, because perspectives for the next semester is quite poor, and this perspective is about dropping the price for milk of like 10 hryvnias, and I have a suggestion that in order to develop co-ops and dairy co-ops in particular, please make at least some advantages for them, some I don't know, programs for them, so for people who would like to do dairy business would actually be willing to do so. This is a very painful matter and complicated, but it needs to be resolved. Yes, this is a result from the field, so to say, because we have the same comments from our online viewers. We also have a representative from a dairy co-op, Молочная река. He might actually comment on that as well if he likes. And Solomia too, if it's about milk, this is your competence. Good afternoon, my name is Костянтин. In Молочная река, we are in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, the city of Pereshchepino. But it happens so that geographically we combine two oblasts, Kharkiv Oblast and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. And it's true that for our co-op it's quite a challenge, because Ukraine is about to become a member state of the European Union. We're about to face new cattle treatment rules and so on. But the question is for our government and governmental bodies, we as a co-op want to cooperate with you, but they say, okay. However, where are your cows? Where is your cattle? And when we say then that we have people taking care of their cattle, they are all officially registered within the DAR system. All the cattle are controlled by vets, but they tell us that, well, you're a cooperative. You have no cattle. Why and what we should be controlling within you? Well, alright, we're a co-op. We have transport, we have vehicles and contracts with plants and factories. We have contracts with people we cooperate with. And we would like that our activities would be officially registered and transparent, because we pay VAT. We pay officially, we work officially, we have no cash on hands. But the state also says that you're a cooperative. If you do not know how to do it, because he's registered in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, but some of his cattle is in Kharkiv Oblast, that's okay. Then we tried approaching the state lab in order for us to have at least some expert opinion on our milk. And the state lab in Kharkiv Oblast responded. We signed a contract and started work. When we wanted to approach this dairy model and to have the certificate, they told us that we are from Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, so go to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast and make your dairy model there. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us. We'll not be complaining a lot. We'll be trying to use all of our efforts to go through them and find some solutions, thanks to the great team who collected us here, and thanks to all the countries, including the biggest donor of Ukraine, which is Canada, and the government of Canada and Canadian people supporting Ukraine in these dire times. Therefore, I do think that there is light in the head of the tunnel, but we'll be fighting and we'll be trying to create something better. Therefore, the pricing policy existing within these animal product producers, not all of us, but will become stronger, and we'll try training others. So I would invite more youth into our ranks, even in these dire times. Thank you all very much for your attention. Solomia, if you'd like to join, no, it would be another side of the problem, so to say. One question is about donations or so-called advantages, but also about other type of products. This is a lot of import from Poland, from Italy, which is imported unofficially. They pay no taxes. It's much cheaper than the products we can provide. And the level of consuming gets lower and lower, and many people look for cheaper prices and cheaper products, and we lose our clients not because we have bad or poor products and poor quality, or that we are poor producer or manufacturer, but because we have illegal import. It is cheaper, and people buy cheaper products. Thank you very much, Solomia. Valery wants to add a couple of words. Maybe a couple of comments. The question and the problem is not only about illegal import, because there is contraband, of course, but the problem is that Polish farmers have a lot of advantages for the number of hectares they serve, for the number of cattle they have annual support to processing facilities, they have tax advantages. And we as Ukraine, as a state, have some commitments on our trade policy with EU member states, and in case such big networks like Silpo never made such a surplus value, even comparing the price of our cheese and Polish cheese imported legally, they would still be 30% cheaper. This is not only about contraband, but also the lack of tools to protect national manufacturers and producers, because foreign manufacturers and producers have more loyal and better conditions for production as well as pricing policy. Afternoon. My name is Dita. I'm an orphan. I live in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. This is the former Tsaritshinsky Rayon, now Dnipro Rayon, the head of a co-op, Cooperative Academy, and I would like to say that about involvement of youth. Not to involve any youth in co-ops. We need to support them. We need to help them to build a dairy farm and give them some cattle. And unfortunately, the state provides no money for that. And secondly, our co-op is in the standby mode. We want to relaunch it, but the question is about to the Ministry of Economy. Like, we apply for a grant. We're a small producer, and they keep declining our grants. We have only this petty share, which we can never use to build a dairy farm, to buy cattle, or buy some equipment for our farm. And it's quite difficult for youth to rise up. So therefore, we have a situation of depression in villages. We try fighting that. We try developing cooperation. I do hope you will help with that. Thank you very much. I also remember one hand raised, and on this occasion I would like to mention that while listening to all these speeches and presentations, I have a feeling that we need to create a sort of an office of an ambassador or an ombudsman for cooperatives to be heard at our government on the state level, or there is another option for co-ops, as mentioned by Mikhailo, is to create some sort of a common and joint capacity in order for their voice to be heard on a level of cooperative association of sorts, for their voice to be heard on the state level. We'll be working on this particular area as well under the Honor project. All of your words have been important and very essential. Thank you very much. My name is Maria, Ecodia NGO, and we've been working on environmental, energy, climatic control issues. We're really delighted that climatic energy components will be included, integrated into the project and into co-ops, hopefully. This is one of the cases, or what inspired us, as Mrs. Yaroslava told me, when you had communication with the national park. So in general, all these climatic matters, water matters, greenhouse effect matters, we do hope that co-ops will be able to demonstrate how these environmental issues can be resolved, because it's often considered a burden at the moment, but I think we'll be able to show some success stories as well. how can we cope with them with a win-win situation or win-win case when this particular support of biodiversity and adjustment and adaptation to climatic changes, circular economy, it can be effective, it can be profitable and provide resilience for communities. And I do hope that this project will be able to integrate that, and your team will be able to do so. And I do hope we will be able and will be delighted to get involved wherever useful, because this 4 months of dairy farms and support to meadows and sustainable land use, we'll be always glad to cooperate with you. I will wish you success. And to everybody here, let's keep in touch. Thank you very much, Maria, because I would like to wrap up our session of comments and questions and recommendations and guidelines by thanking each and every organization who has been cooperating with the business network and consulting service and our international partners for a long time, for many years. I'd like to thank the government of Canada, other partners, other international global organizations. We have representatives from many of them for this loyalty, for this, yes, loyalty is a good word, loyalty to the values of cooperation, because should we never felt anything like that, I mean everybody here in this room or online, we would have never been here in the first place, and we would never talked about this in the first place, and we would not have been rooting for this in the first place. So let us applaud for everybody here and everybody with us. For this time, this is the second time that we made this zdvig, this movement. We managed to move this topic for future prosperity and strengthening of co-op movement in Ukraine. And I'd like to finish and finalize our conference with a joint resolution, joint claim. And I would kindly ask Valery Bondarchuk to join me here to announce and claim these lines and articles of this resolution. Dear colleagues, and if you allow me, I will not be reading the preamble, because we accounted for all the wishes, all the presentations and comments, and we've reached some common ground, which should look probably as follows. The conference hereby states to recognize the key role of cooperatives in strengthening food safety and their important economic social function for development of communities. Co-ops proved their capability to ensure sustainable development, increase income of middle and small producers, and achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals. Underlining the co-op model for the social and economic adaptation of worldwide both men and women, co-op creates conditions for European integration and training of all the war veterans and their family members. It is recommended to local self-governance bodies and regional administrations to draft and introduce targeted support programs for co-ops, accounting for the needs of small producers, communities and local businesses.
They should include educational, financial, consulting function, to recommend organs of government to support cooperation through systemic training programs, trainings, and raising awareness campaigns, to prepare infographic materials, instructions in order to implement the new law on support to co-ops, introducing new international practices, and informing registrars, tax authorities, and other stakeholders in order to tackle the ongoing issues that crop up in the operations of co-ops. To continue support the legislation, introduce dividends, patronage dividends, and to create better conditions for development of cooperatives. to support development of cooperation in Ukraine and support the status of social cooperatives using EU countries as an example. We should also support veterans, IDPs, vulnerable strata of population, as well as young people. Recommend international donors to include support to co-ops in the programs of rehabilitation and institutional strengthening of Ukraine. Expand partner programs aimed at digitization of cooperatives, innovative development, environmental support, enhancing competencies, and developing local economies through cooperation. Are there any other proposals or comments? Yaroslava, please. The proposal is to add gender sensitive issues, a gender and sensitive component. I'm sure that we will make this statement public in social media, on our website. So let's confirm this resolution as passed, as an official decision of this conference. Thank you, Valery. Thank you, all the participants. And now, to close conference, I'd like to give the floor to GP, Executive Director of the Cooperative.
Again, repeating how honored I am to be here with you today. And reflecting on what I've heard today, it's evident that there are many challenges. There was COVID, there was the Russian aggression, the ongoing war, taxation challenges, legislation challenges. You guys are facing unparalleled challenges, and we cannot minimize this. Yet, in some of the numbers that were presented, some of the presentation, I saw numbers that there are now more than 300 cooperatives in Ukraine, that the membership of cooperatives is increasing. It's also true for our contributions to Codevi or the cooperatives we partner with. A few years ago, it was 2, then it was 5, then it was 8, then it was 15. Now it's going to be 50. And all this has been achieved with all these challenges, which is simply amazing and incredible. Yes, you can clap, I don't know. You can clap yourself, yes, yes, yes. And if I can conclude a little bit of a small optimistic note, because I think we need a little bit of optimism as well, is that all this was achieved with these amazing, big, terrible challenges. So any little improvements in the situation, any little improvement in taxation, in legislation, in the situation with the war, can have exponential positive consequences for the development of cooperatives and the cooperative ecosystem. And for me, the most positive things that I'm taking from today is the testimonies from colleagues that came here from Co-op Fermerska Rodina and Co-op Sakan and all the other interventions that there were, where you can see the beginning of inter-cooperation. And this is the superpower of cooperatives, inter-cooperation. No one else has that. The private sector doesn't have that. So I think we should also keep this in mind and keep a little bit of optimism in this situation. I will also reiterate that Socodevi is privileged to have the support of our government and Global Affairs Canada to be part of this initiative. And I will say this Ukrainian-led initiative to which we contribute to. We are lucky enough to have the best program managers, the best partner, and a nascent and very cooperative ecosystem in Ukraine that has a lot of potential to develop in the next few years. Thank you so much, and rest assured, Soko Devi will be here as long as we can by your side, me and the whole organization. It's an immense honor to be here with you. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Дякуємо, Жан-Філіп.
Okay, we will wrap up our event. I wasn't going to say this, but he reminded me that 10 years ago I was a trainer and I was supporting assemblies of different co-ops, and over the past 10 years I also supported other co-ops, our co-ops, traveling to Rome. This is the path we traveled. We went from local level to international level. And no matter how good your trainers are, whether they have PhD or etc., unless cooperatives are as resilient and dedicated to their work, we would never see this dynamic change. And hopefully we will take a train or a plane from Kiev, a full plane of Ukrainian cooperators to a large conference somewhere in Canada or Europe. Hopefully the day will come when it becomes possible. And all our co-ops will be present there, including the ones that come from deoccupied territories. Thank you. Irina shared with you what we are thankful for. I would like to express hope that our announcements today about future programs involving new co-ops, we've got things to do. And for the next 15 years, we will definitely be with you. And you shouldn't stress out and, run somewhere. Just take a deep breath and focus yourself on steadfast, dedicated, gradual work, and we will start with mapping of Ukrainian co-ops at the level of International Alliance. We will work with European Commission at the level of Social and Economic Committee, and we always take you with us as real Ukrainian active co-ops, so that you can participate in this process directly. This is our biggest goal, to involve everyone to advocacy and the systemic strategic work. That's why we're here with you. The end of today's meeting is networking over coffee, discussions in informal, friendly atmosphere. We deserve being stronger and more successful.